I saw Harsh say that I was gonna stall, so just because he said that, I started early. And then I also saw him say that I'm not gonna finish volume 3, so also, yeah, Harsh, I saw you say that I was gonna stall, so I decided to start early. Because you said that I was gonna stall. I literally did it just to spite you. I also saw that you said I wasn't gonna finish volume 3, so now that you've said that, I have to finish volume 3 again just to spite you. That's just the way it is. Can't let him win, you know? Hello, Bullseye. Hello. When do you guys ever sleep? Like, that's a real question. I don't know the last time you guys ever slept. I will be finishing it today. Oh, is it lagging? We'll see. There it is. Pop back up. David, what the fuck? Why are we instantly shitting on me? I don't know. I just left my hair natural. My hair naturally is very like poofy, so I just left it. Kind of rude, but okay. Before I forget, because I'm gonna get into reading. I don't know. Oh, there he is. I was about to say, I don't know where Kami is, but he has full permission to cancel chat if it becomes too much. I gotta lock in. Before I start, though, I was told I have to say something by my lawyer. You know? I'm reading the note, David. My lawyer, David, drew up a note for me to say before I start reading. I'm Dara. I can't even fucking say this without laughing. I'm here to formally say that while being of sound body and mind, and hopefully soul, I do declare that I do not agree with racism, homophobia, sexism, slavery, misogyny, and am deeply saddened by the actions of my ancestors. Also, do not agree or align with or associate myself with the actions of one Jeffrey Epstein, New York financier, the tragedy of 9/11, the actions of the church and British and French colonizers of the Native American people. I also openly apologize, especially to Kami, for distracting myself from the task of reading The Lord of the Mysteries by Cuttlefish That Loves Diving, even though I formally promised to lock in, and I also have to apologize especially to Transparent while distracting myself with chat and saying such debaucherous topics such as the topic I spoke of last night. Now, for this stream, I promise to finish Volume 3, at least pretend to be a functioning member of society and not speak about such vulgar topics. And you can trust when I say all of this because my lawyer advised me, promised me, to follow what I to say now or else the lovely white Mr. and Mrs. Dorr will become bloody red. Thank you for coming to my statement. Wasn't alive during World War II, so there you go. I'm gonna start chapter 713. We don't need to build a case. No, I stand by Dally versus Before we start, I stand by Dally and Gehrman. I do. She pegs him. I call it here first. Anyway, chapter 713, 3 questions. Amidst the cackling sound, the radio transceiver spewed out new illusory paper. On the paper were words composed of Loanese. Great master, your loyal and humble servant Erodes has finally caught up to you. There's no need to be excited. Oh, the way Erodes speaks. Is as professional as always. He didn't express his bitterness about not being able to contact me for a prolonged period of time, nor did he question me about why I haven't been looking for it. I directly blamed itself by claiming that it hadn't caught up to me. It makes me feel a little guilty, but I still need to be worried. Klein was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Rhodes didn't wait, as it used the radio transceiver to produce an emotional emoticon of carefully peeking out of the illusory paper. Great Master, the ruler above the spirit world, your servant has sensed that you are one step closer to returning to your holy throne. Am I right? This fellow has evolved really quick. He already used colored text. What do they mean by holy throne? To form a nascent form of emotions. From Rhodes' point of view, I'm a true god taking steps to find myself. That's why, although I can clearly sense that I'm only a sequence 5, it still treats me with respect and is even more humble. Klein understood that the mirror was deliberately asking a question, so he nodded in a frank manner. Yes. You have already answered my question. As an exchange and a rule that I need to overlook, you can raise a question to me. Rhodes typed quickly in response before adding a smiley face. Klein didn't hesitate and asked directly, where can the potion formula for Bizarre Sorcerer be found? The illusory paper spat out a long paragraph of complicated symbols before turning into the mirror as it represented a realistic scene. It was a dark cathedral without any natural light source. Inside all the bunch of squirming things that were all so blurry, it looked as though it was a pencil drawing that had been wiped by an eraser, preventing any excellent details to be seen. However, Rhodes added a bunch of text at the bottom of the scene. This is Zeratul. In his advancement to Sequence 1, Ascendant of Mysteries, he lost control and became a monster. However, Great Master, you have to be careful. He is a very crafty person. Perhaps everything about him is just an act with a purpose. I am unable to look at him directly, as it will bring me harm. Aside from him, you will be unable to attain the potion formula from any demigod from the secret order. This is because that Zeratul would directly provide the high sequence potion to them, and there's almost no way to use any beyonder methods to reverse divine it. What a detailed answer, and it even gave me the additional knowledge that a sequence 1 corresponding to seer pathway is a 10 of mysteries. Does it mean being an angel that serves upon mystery? From the look of it, the secret order approach can only work by directly facing Zeratul to obtain the potion formula, and I'm not even capable of viewing him directly. It's no wonder that the Snake of Fate Will Septon told me to find the crazy Zeratul without mentioning the secret order. Klein was moved by Rhodes' attitude. If he didn't feel that he lacked the level of strength to commandeer the sealed artifact, he even planned on truly treating it as his servant. Amidst the clear clicking sound, another segment of the illusory piece of paper appeared, presenting another scene. It was a towering mountain peak on a swathe of dilapidated places. Inside it was a gigantic stone chair. Klein was very familiar with the scene. Without a Rhodes footnote, he knew that it represented the Antigonus family's treasure hidden in the main peak of the Hornicus mountain range. White paper continued being spat out as the new scene was presented. Just like a movie, it had changes in the camera angle. The first scene appeared in Klein's eyes was a lofty Gothic-style bell tower that beautifully places around it. The former represented a bell of order, and the latter represented the Sodala Place. They were landmark buildings in Backland. The scene changed, and soon there was a new building on the paper. It was pure black cathedral with two symmetrical bell towers. The scene of the cathedral's interior grew large, and soon it presented the entirety of the interior. It was then fixed at the pair of black iron doors that swung open. The door was abnormally heavy, and on the 7 dark sacred emblems, as though they were guards at the Tenebrous Heaven, Chanus Gate, St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein recognized the familiar style door based on the architectural style. He confirmed that the cathedral was the church of the Evernight goddess headquarters of the Backland diocese. St. Samuel's the cathedral. White paper was spat out of the scene changes as it plunged deep into the darkness. On an empty bookshelf, built from bones, there sat an ancient notebook. It was a black, hardened, covered book. Klein recognized the notebook at once. It was the Antigonus family's notebook, which had caused the death of the original Klein. After going around and around, everything came back full circle. Klein silently observed it for a moment, and after his scene disappeared, did he regain control of his thoughts and process? Yes, back then the member of the Aurora Order were able to see the clown potion formula from the notebook. Having been acknowledged by it, the content presented to me will definitely be completely different from before when I flipped through it. The content presented to me will definitely be completed differently before when I flip through it. It should have a bizarre sorcerer potion from formula. It just lacks the ingredients or characteristics. So this notebook has been sealed behind St. Samuel Cathedral Chandos Gate all this time. To get it from there, the difficulty in doing so wouldn't be lower than finding Zeratel and facing him directly. Back then, there were high sequence beyonders involved in the Great Smog of Backland. After I reported the matter to the Backland Diocese Church through Miss Justice, the matter was quickly quelled. This is sufficient enough to prove that the Backland Diocese has plenty of power. They have no lack of demigods or sealed artifacts. Yes, regardless, I'll need to return to Backland first to see if there are any opportunities in contrast. I'd prefer not to head to the Hornicus mountain range. Reining in his thoughts, Klein looked at the radio transceiver, which had turned dark and solemn. Last night, who was the demigod on the crazy Captain Connor's Vickers ship? Clacking sound quickly sounded in the illusory paper before vanished as one spur spat out. The contact of the piece of paper was likewise a realistic scene. On the exquisite brass chandelier, 5 candles of different heights spread their warmth and light. In the middle, a man wearing a triangular hat and black eye patch stood before a cabin of stone grape wine, champagne, and tequila. He was humbly looking opposite him. Opposite him was a tall figure in a black cloak. Its face was completely hidden beneath the hood. The figure didn't seem to have any real head, only a blob of heavily distorted darkness that embedded above the neck. Thanks to the portrait of Bounty Notices, Klein recognized the one-eyed man to be crazy Captain Connors. His disheveled and oily hair cascaded down and happened to cover his neck. Opposite him, the likely that the demigod, but deliberately disguised himself and did the corresponding anti-divination preparations. For Rhodes to be able to produce a scene at such level is already impressive enough. Klein wasn't too disappointed and said he carefully memorized the figure's build. More than 1.85 meters tall, with less than 1.9 meters. Rather long arms, and when hanging his head down, it almost reaches his knees. The broad shoulders prop up the cloak, and the feet are faced towards a certain degree. As an expert in disguise, Klein believed that when a person disguised themselves and prepared a certain level of anti-divination measures, there was a high chance that he would take notes of disguising his build, especially when one's body didn't have any particular traits. Therefore, this can provide a certain amount of clues. This allows Klein to find the person familiar when he sees the target. Very good, it's your turn to ask. After keeping that in mind, Klein stopped scrutinizing the figure as he waited for Rhodes' question in piqued interest. He was cautious as to how Rhodes would continue breaking through his image of him. The typing sound slowed down as it seemed to appear hesitant. Bit by bit, the illusory white paper was spat out. Great, Master, can I say something to you? Yes. Klein answered the question, puzzled. He began to look forward at Rhodes had to say. The sound of typing hastened as it exuded an obvious sense of warmth. On the illusory paper, a single word appeared. Great Master, happy birthday. This is belated. Your current body was born on the 4th of March, 1327. I originally wanted to wish you a happy birthday at midnight of the day, but I failed to keep up with you. It's a topic that really excited my expectations. I even forgot about my own birthday. The corners of Klein's... Dude, that's actually really cute. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he was at a loss for words. He had received the original Klein's memory fragments and received parts of his emotions. He knew the birthday, but for a person who led a solitary life, why would he remember such things? Doesn't it, actually kind of sad? Because you know that he, nobody else would wish him happy birthday because everybody thinks... This fellow is actually the first person to wish me happy birthday. Benson must be feeling more upset today. The interview should have ended. The interview should have ended in February. I wonder if Benson successfully is becoming a civil servant. Klein felt poignant as the way he looked at the radio transceiver warmed up. I'm not gonna cry. He thought for a moment as he calmly asked, third question, your origin. The typing sound paused for 2 seconds before sounding out again. A white piece of paper was spat out and a new scene surfaced. Large amounts of black sticky liquid spewed out from the ground as they spread outwards in a distorted manner. They grew different numbers in arms and legs before becoming a strange monster that charged ahead. During the process, a speck of light was shot out along with the black liquid before landing on a rock, to which it rapidly fused together, turning into a mirror with ancient patterns and black gems adorning its two sides. What kind of strange scene is this? This is how a Rhodes was born. What was that speck of light? Where did it originate from? It does seem like a beyonder characteristic. Klein came up with a preliminary interpretation of the scene. This typing sound didn't stop as another line appeared. Great Master, do you have any other questions? Taking note of the time, Klein shook his head. No. You have finished answering the question, and it's time for me to leave, Great Master. The ruler above the spirit world, your loyal and humble servant Rhodes, looks forward to serving you again and hopes to be able to continue following your footsteps. Bye. At the end of the illusory piece of paper, a handwritten emoticon was present. New diary pages. Oh my god, yay! I'm so excited. That was actually like low-key really sad, because you know that Klein's like all alone. And nobody's gonna wish him happy birthday, because he's never gonna tell anybody his birthday, and the only people who knew his birthday think that he's dead. Also, it's not even his birthday. It's it's Klein's birthday. It's not. Dude, I'm so scared to read the rest of this book. I'm gonna cry. Chapter 714, New Diary Pages. Inside the quiet room in the inn, the dark and silent radio transceiver instantly returned back to normal as it was surrounding stopped being eerie. Klein bustily set up the ritual and sacrificed it above the gray fog before having... Okay, so it's the same as Klein's. Yeah, so it's literally his birthday. So that's probably the first person to like wish him happy birthday. And like he can't get it from like his mom or his dad because they aren't in this world. He can't get it from his like Klein's family because they think he's dead. He can't tell anybody his birthday. Okay. Back to normal is its surroundings stopping eerie. Klein brusquely set up the ritual and sacrificed it above the great fog before having time to consider the answer he had received. According to the clues provided by Rhodes, combining the answer from Mr. Attic and Willow Septon, Klein had a basic idea of how she should proceed. It wasn't just because he wished to return to the backland for some rest or reorganization, but because he viewed the large city as a main local that would spend the long period of time being active in. He wanted to see if he could steal the Antigonus family notebook from the Church of Evernight Goddess St. Samuel Cathedral. If he had confirmed that there weren't any solutions, he would attempt to switch the neighboring beyonder pathways. But if he was impossible, he had no choice but to take the fire route. Head to the main peak of the Hornicus mountain range. Head to the main peak of the Hornicus mountain range. I want to go. I do not fucking care about places we've already been. I definitely can't use my identity as Sherlock Moriarty when I'm back in Backland unless I wish to dig out in Sangwell or the royal family's factions that's hiding in the darkness. However, when contacting people, I'm familiar with using the resources of the Church of Steam. I can transfer back into Sherlock Moriarty. In short, I have to create a new identity. Furthermore, it has to be completely separate from Garamond Sparrow. I won't directly return to Prince Harbor this time. I'll make a detour to Desi Bay and make sure that no one can figure out I'm in Backland. Klein thoughts raced as he soon came up to clear train of thought. After determining the next steps of actions to take, his planned on drawing some blood and healing above the great fog to explore Grozel's travels using the spirit body, but in consideration that there was a terror gathering in the afternoon, he lay back in bed and took the time to rest and relax. The future smoothly cruised through the underlying waves as Admiral Star's Catlia stood by the window, watching the scenery that seemed to go on without end. By the deck there were Nina exasperated shouts from time to time. She would be angrily scoffing Frankly for producing a bunch of fast-growing beef-flavored mushrooms. I don't like his obsession with mushrooms. It's giving me bad vibes. That enjoy eating fish. Catlia sighed silently as she nudged the heavy glass on her nose bridge. At that moment, her spiritual perception was suddenly triggered as she looked down at her sturdy desk. At some point in time, a few pieces of Yellowstone paper had appeared There, the Emperor's diary entry. She finally sent a messenger over. Catlia turned around in delight and picked up the new pieces of paper as they were akin to the preliminary probe. By 3 in the afternoon, having memorized the symbols, Catlia saw the illusory crimson light surge at her like a tide downing her within. Under the high dome propped of stone columns, Catlia saw similar red beams soar up, transforming into an indistinct figure. She didn't look careful as she realized that the pair of familiar glasses naturally appeared over the nose bridge. It was almost a perfect replica of one of the outside worlds. Then she caught Miss Justice elegantly standing from the corner of her eye. Miss Justice briskly greeted the figure at the seat of honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey was in a good mood recently. She had returned to her family castle as an obedient daughter. She helped her mother, Lady Caitlin, resolve some psychological problems that stemmed from her age and physical conditions. She received extremely good feedback, allowing her to conclude more of the acting principles for psychiatrists. Amongst them, the most important principle was to help others resolve psychological issues. She suspected that this was the reason why the potion's name was psychiatrist and not psychologist. Miss Justice is very happy. Klein appeared infected as he nodded with a smile as his response. During this process, he noticed that Mr. Hangman appeared to be preoccupied with concerns. He looked like he was hesitating and struggling not to have made up his mind. This means that Mr. Hangman is able to buy the Ocean Songster's potion formula and the main ingredients. But how will he pay the huge price? I thought he would request to pay for it in installments. The fool Klein reined his gaze without any sign of unrest as he surveyed the area. After Miss Justice was done with greeting, Catlia looked towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I found 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Yeah, you did! I'm so excited. We have had no tarot gatherings this volume. We also have had barely any Roselle this volume. Like, look, I love the Garamond Sparrow that we're getting. It's so good. This volume is so good. But we've had no Roselle and we've had no tarot gatherings. I need me some Roselle time, okay? Here it comes. I wonder if the 3 diary pages, especially selected by Queen Mystic, will be valuable. For instance, providing clues to the cards of blasphemy. For the seer pathway, this will be able to provide me with another alternative. Klein was filled with anticipation as he calmly and naturally said, very good. You can think of a request. Yes, Mr. Fool. Catlia replied in an impeccable manner before requesting to conjure the context of the diary pages. Upon seeing her behavior and thinking about how she acted in her dream, Klein was rather gratified. He felt like the teacher having successfully reformed a student. This is the first time Ma'am Herman is providing Emperor Roselle diary entries. Yes, it is! I love it. With the standard that it's not that I dislike Garamond, I just love Roselle. Like, love him so much. With the standards and abilities she has showcased, it's impossible for her to have failed to find it in the past. Yes, in the past. She was more of an observer after being punished by Mr. Fool. She had truly integrated into the tarot gathering. Together with how Catlia had performed last week, Audrey made a judgment. Meanwhile, she sensed that Mr. Hangman didn't seem normal. He looked like he was anticipating something, but was also unable to bring himself to part with something. She was rather intrigued. Klein didn't wait too long before the 3 diary pages were conjured and came to his hands. Oh my god, I'm so excited! Oh my god, I'm so excited! Ah! I'm so excited. Klein didn't wait too long. Derek and the other members instinctively fell silent so as to not disturb Mr. Fool's reading. 9th of February. Today is Bornova's birthday. He already a healthy and strong, honest and kind young man. Maybe me and Roselle share a birthday. Maybe that's why. Piousness has worn the church favors. Maybe we are the same person. Everyone in congratulating me, saying that Bornova will definitely become a blessed. The saints, they praise him for how pure and flawless his faith is. I should be very happy, but I can't find my dismay. I wish that my children can be more human. I have more emotion. What do you mean by that? I should be very happy, but I can't hide my dismay. I wish my children could be more human. I have more emotions. I hope that they can be themselves and not just be believer of a deity. However, almost everyone believes at the bottom of their heart that Barnova's present state is excellent. Matilda's the same, likewise for Cell. Most of the noble officials share the same feeling, only Bernadette shares my point of view. She has told me in private that she believes a person should be more self-centered as long as they don't harm others. Recalling the words Zuratil had said during Bornova's birth, as well as premonitions I've had after becoming a demigod, my heart is turning heavier. Adorable angel, what an adorable angel. Is this you being wary of me? Is this how you are attempting to control me? No, you can probably never understand the pride inside me. To me, so what are you, a deity? I can replace you. The 11th of February, contact with Zuratil was fruitless again. Ever since he obtained the Antigonus notebook, the number of times a secret order leader appears has been decreasing. I have no idea what secret he's scheming anyway. He will definitely not tell me. 12th of February, I made a magical item very suitable for Bernadette. This is allowing her to effectively avoid the hidden sage's nagging, as long as she doesn't proactively pray and seek a response. Yes, this item seems to be able to help saints enter the easternmost front of the Stony Sea, where the battlefield of the gods is, to prevent one from being influenced by the true creator's ravings, and that place likely hides the secrets of the forsaken land of God. I was only making a present for my daughter out of fun. To think that this has such powerful effects. Bernadette, your dad really is the best artisan in the world. Best artisan. Does that mean that the Emperor had already reached sequence 2 of the Swamp Pathway when he wrote the diary entry? That he had become an angel? With the god of steam machinery present, this is the peak of an artisan can attain. It's no wonder that Queen Mystic can freely enter and exit the battlefield of the gods. So, it's because of the gift from the Emperor. Indeed, a child with parents is like a treasure. Klein felt wistful. In addition, he could sense Emperor Roselle's repeated and angry feelings from the diary entry. He used his comprehension skills that were honed from his previous life to figure out what was written in between the lines. After he became an angel, the Church of God of Steam and Machinery obstructed him and suppressed him. The God of Steam Machinery had exerted some influence on his youngest son, Bornova, making him become the most devout believer and appointing him as someone who could become an angel and enter the land of perfection. And this has not only made Emperor Roselle submit to the suppression while having misgivings, but has also stirred thoughts of rebellion in him. The Emperor later became a public enemy of the world because of this rebellion. Klein nodded inwardly. Meanwhile, he noticed the matter regarding Zuratil. He suspected that the Miracle Invoker only began aiming for Sequence 1 after he obtained the Antigonus family notebook. From this, he planned on many things, but something happened during the advancement, turning him into a monster. Of course, just as Rhodes said, Zuratil might not have lost control. He could be hiding something or plotting something. After quickly scanning through it, Klein flipped through the pages and looked back. It was continuous, and it was brand new content. 5th of October. A few primordial moon believers were caught by the men in the black organization I established. They failed to complete a corresponding sacrificial ritual. Their behaviors intrigued me as their strength seemed to come directly from the Crimson Moon. Unfortunately, large amounts of data has confirmed that the Crimson Moon is already a satellite that's revolving around our planet. Then, how is it fusing physics and mystery together? With my present strength, it's not impossible to hear from the Crimson Moon at most. It will be troublesome and a little difficulty, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. 17th of October. I finally made up my mind. I will attempt to switch to the neighboring mystery prior pathway. Only by doing so can I become a Sequence 1. I've always suspected that the Hidden Sage is only a conceptualized uniqueness. Due to some sort of accident, it became sentient and awakened. Therefore, the Pathway Sequence 1 potion is likely still empty. Chapter 715, Madness in His Later Years. Yes. Yes. This is the Roselle I want. If I'm not gonna get it from Klein, give it to me from Roselle, you know? Give me that bad shit, like power hungry Emperor Roselle. Maybe going a little crazy, you know? That's what I'm saying. The churches, they're not necessarily bad, but deities are just out for themselves. And they just formed little cults around them to get shit done. I don't know. I don't trust them. They're fucking with my man Roselle and his family. He's just trying to be a good family man. And I don't like it. He deserved better. Chapter 715, Madness in his later years. I've long obtained the potion formula of knowledge, Emperor, from the most ancient organization. Now it's time to seek the corresponding ingredients. It might already belong to the particular angel, and it might have fused with an object around it, turning into a warped and evil monster or a chaotic and terrifying sealed artifact. In short, I have to be careful. It's best that I find a suitable helper. Knowledge Emperor. This sequence 1 potion name is rather interesting. If I hadn't directly seen the Blasphemer slate, we still gotta see that shit. I would imagine that it belonged to the Reader pathway, making it belong to the Church of God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Even stranger, these two pathways aren't switchable. I once discussed this matter with the mysterious leader, an old Mr. Hermes. We basically came to the consensus and believed that the Reader pathway represented the omniscient part of omnipotent and omniscient. I just had a stroke. And the mystery pair of the savant pathway corresponded to knowledge itself, which is categorized into two aspects. One is more about mystery, and while the other is more about reality. I kept saying prayer, it's prior. When I become a knowledge emperor, Bernadette can stop worrying about the hidden sage's infusion. You know what? Actually, fuck his other kids. Bernadette's the only one he needs. She's the only one that's got her dad's back. I mean, I got his front. Sorry. She can also stop being afraid of pursuing knowledge. The Emperor eventually switched to the mystery prior pathway. I wonder if he successfully became a knowledge emperor. Perhaps it's because of this that his ties with the Church of Steam completely fractured, making him public enemy with no one to help him. All he could do was place his hopes on the Twilight Hermit Order. That's what I'm saying. But here's the thing. Was that, like, meant to happen? Like, was he meant to have just, like, some bum-ass kids that got brainwashed and died? R.I.P. Thought poignantly as he came up with the possible conjectures. Apart from that, he was rather interested in the Emperor's explanation of how the Reader pathway was interchangeable with the Mystery Prior and the Smart pathway. He believed... I know. Well, we're gonna ask Zeratil at one point, because I know we're gonna meet him. I feel like we're gonna meet him. I also feel like we're low-key somehow gonna meet Emperor Roselle. I don't know. I feel like we might not, but it would also be really cool if we did. I just kind of hope we did. You know, because he is dead, but he's not dead, you know? Like, he's still alive, but he's dead. Rationale behind interchangeable Beyonder pathways. To a typical Beyonder, the Reader, Mystery Prior, and the Smart pathway belong to the knowledge domain. There should be a very strong connection between them, yet the former is different. Reader belongs to the omniscient part of the phrase, omnipotent and omniscient. Then the secret suppliant, which is the Shepherd pathway, is the omnipotent part. Then there must be a certain intersection between the two. For example, being potent as a result of being erudite and being... Holy fuck. Erudite is a result of being potent. Therefore, they can be interchangeable. Starting off from this angle, the Storm pathway can be understood as omnipotence in the sea, land, and the air domain, and Spectator corresponds with the Psyche, making it the powerful supplement for Storm. Then, why can the Sun pathway be interchangeable with them? Fucking, you tell me, bro. My brain just turned to mush trying to follow that all. Holy shit. The Spectator corresponded to the Psyche, making it powerful to the Storm. For plot convenience? Is that why? Corresponding how there was an ancient sun god who was deemed to be omnipotent and omniscient. Does this mean that the Sun pathway is the foundation for the foundation that accommodates omnipotent and omniscient? Yes. According to such a thought process, mystery, prior, and savant are different aspects of knowledge itself. That's why they can be interchanged. Then, how is assassin and hunter differentiated? What about Evernight Death and God of Combat pathways? In movement, Klein thought of many things, but he did clearly he fucking did. But he didn't have the time or sufficient knowledge to delve deeper into his analysis. All he could do was temporarily throw the corresponding questions to the back of the mind with a third diary page at the top of the side. I know you little assholes. I'm bookmarking this page because I know you little assholes are gonna put this on the quiz. I know you're gonna be like, on page 3841, what sequences were discussed that could be interchangeable with what other sequences, and what were omniscient and what were omnipotent. And you guys are gonna put that shit on the test, and I know you are. So I bookmarked this page, and I'm gonna put it on my notes, because this is another open book test. At a curious glance, Klein suddenly became focused. This was because the diary pages were different from the past ones. He didn't have a date, and the words were spaced apart. Because it was originally copied, and the weight placed on the page for the words that penned was obviously out of the ordinary. Klein swept through the page, and the contents were reflected in his mind. Not impossible. How can this happen? Does that whole segment, so you know when like they were talking about how like, and this was like, we figured this out, this was like at the beginning of like volume 1. I actually don't remember a time that this was discussed after, maybe in like little clips of passing. But you know when they were talking about how like some like, oh fuck, I can't even remember. I have to like go into my notes of like this old ass fucking, when they were like, oh, this symbolizes the eye, and this symbolizes this part, and this symbolizes this part, and they were talking about like the deities and the gods. Is that kind of what that whole segment was talking about? Maybe in comparison. I'm not explaining this right, but you know what I mean. If my predictions are wrong, then not only would one met the encounter. No, how can this happen? The thing that I saw tells me that everything will be destroyed. Likewise. I know, I'm like trying to explain it. I'll put it in my like theories for what's about to happen. Because I don't actually know how to explain what I'm trying to explain. I just remember something from volume 1 that reminded me of that whole thing that was just read out. With like the gods and how they represented like different parts of the body. My theories yesterday were good. Shut the fuck up, David. My theories were good. Okay, I'm locking in. Thank you. Okay, if my predictions aren't wrong, I'm the only one who met with the encounter. No, how can that happen? The thing that I saw tells me that everything will be destroyed. Likewise for everything I've created. No, I can't accept such an ending. I have to work hard to save myself. I can't rely on the 7 deities. As long as I ascend to the throne of a sequence 0, only then will will I and the things I value be preserved. Should I attempt to pull Mr. Door back into the real world? No. Although he claims to only be a sequence 1, I believe that he isn't just an ordinary sequence 1. It's very likely that he will bring unexpected catastrophe upon me. The Chinese word for words were much larger than those on the first 2 pages that occupied the yellow piece of paper in a haphazardly manner. There wasn't much content, but it left Klein's head throbbing painfully. Back when he was writing his diary entry, Emperor Roselle was very likely a sequence 1 knowledge emperor. The content... Bro, he was up at a sequence 1? Holy shit. The content he wrote was infused with potent sense of mystery and was colored with his emotions. This also meant that if Klein had read the content in the real world, he might very well turn mentally unstable or go mad and lose control on the spot. Thankfully, Man Parma doesn't know Chinese, otherwise she would have mutated when she was memorizing the contents. Even if she doesn't understand Chinese, she must have found it especially tiring and draining. If one is exposed to it for an extended period of time, visual and auditory hallucinations can be avoided. Furthermore, there's a high chance that early signs of losing control will appear. Klein thought, congratulating himself for his good luck. He focused, quickly turning back into the diary entry as a sense of puzzlement surfaced. What did the Emperor see when he made him so emotional? His mood was also rather extreme. No, the agitation and rashness as seen in the words are a little abnormal. It doesn't match the image of someone who's occupied a high position for extended periods of time. It doesn't match the level of the angel. Even if his final days, he said that after he dies, he didn't care if it floods deluge the heavens. He didn't lose his composure or appearance or appear that agitated back then. Who influenced him, or did something corrupt him and pollute his thoughts? Also, he mentioned that he's not the only one who met with the encounter. What is his terror referring to? Transmigration. It's true that he isn't the only one who transmigrated for no baffling reason. There's also me, or even more. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein didn't waste any time. He made the 3 diary pages vanish as he smiled at Katlia. Have you thought about the request? Katlia bowed in preparation. She said, I wish to know why Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years. Audrey, who was the same, rose or blinked. She believed that she had heard wrongly, as she didn't expect Ma'am Hermit to immediately ask such a heavy question. Furthermore, how does she know that Emperor Roselle went mad in his later years? Also, she only handed 3 pages, so how can she ask such a question of this magnitude? It doesn't abide by the principles of equivalent exchange. Audrey had many thoughts erased in her mind, but she didn't stop Ma'am Hermit's question. Instead, she waited for Mr. Fool's response with piqued interest and inexplicable excitement. Alger, Emlyn, and Forrest similarly held their breaths. They cast their gaze at the end of the bronze table. Only Derek in the world seems oblivious. Klein thought and chuckled. First, we need to accept reality. I'm not omniscient, nor am I omnipotent. He had said those words in a relaxed, self-deprecating manner, but the hermit and company didn't show any signs of unrest. Instead, they appeared even more reverent. To them, it was obvious that Mr. Fool wasn't omnipotent and omniscient. Ignoring their guesses regarding Mr. Fool's state, this hidden existence honorific name didn't have any related descriptions that explained the problem. Furthermore, none of the present true gods and evil gods had honorific names that involved omnipotent or omniscient. After setting their expectations, Klein began to answer the hermit's question. I also wish to know what Roselle encountered in his later years. At present, it can be confirmed that due to unknown causes and source of stimulation, Roselle cast his gaze on Sequence 0. He didn't explain what Sequence 0 corresponded to in the Tarot Club. There were more people who knew of it than those who didn't. Even those who didn't know could have guessed something. Sequence 0, the Emperor wanted to become a god. It's no wonder that it's said that he went mad in his later years. Audrey knew what Sequence 0 meant as she intensely sighed, likewise for Alger. Katlia clearly knew what Sequence 0 implied. She expressed her gratitude while in thought as she retracted her gaze. Sequence 0. Emlyn and Forrest ruminated over the phrase as though they had just realized that they were in a position above Sequence 1 that belonged to the true gods. Derek looked at Mr. Fool with a muddled expression he didn't understand. What was wrong with Emperor Roselle's attempt? Someone who had the strongest presence in history in the City of Silver, if anyone had the chance ever resided, would wish to become a Sequence 0 true god, so as to create the more suitable living environment, or to lead everyone out of the Forsaken Land. Klein didn't elaborate as he leaned back into his chair and surveyed the area. You may begin. He didn't fucking answer the question! With that said, he controlled the world to look at Derek, smiling deeply. The notary potion formula you want has been acquired. Thank you, Mr. World. According to the agreement, I remember the debt and await your request. Derek said sincerely, all right. Klein gave a response by controlling the world before making the show of him requesting Mr. Fool to conjure the formula. I know, but he didn't. I know. Before long, the potion formula was a little son's hand. Derek received it in glee as he ravenously scanned the contents of the goatskin. Sequence notary, main ingredients, 1 set of crystallized roots in the tree of elder, 5 feathers of spirit packed bird, supplementary ingredients, 100 of radiant spring packed, tree juice, 1 golden rimmed sunflower, 1 white rimmed sunflower, 5 drops of aquaferin juice. Without waiting for the others to speak, the world looked at Alder and said once more, as you know, I have your ocean songster potion formula and main ingredient. Audrey and company were momentarily dumbfounded. Katlia couldn't hide her alarm as she looked at the world. She vividly remembered that Gavin Sparrow had just hunted slaughter Kirches a week ago. How did he obtain the songster potion formula and maintain ingredient? Don't tell me he killed the ocean songster. That would be considered a quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms. It's only been a week. Katlia found it unrealistic. Chapter 716, Island and Ruins. Oh my god, we're getting so far. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. There's so much happening. What are we gonna do? What am I missing? What letter am I missing? Something looks wrong. I forgot the S, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Got it. I know, it was the S I forgot. So here's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering about how this whole thing is gonna kind of play out. Because I don't really know how Volume 3 is gonna end. We're getting little hints. But we got like, what? 16 chapters left? How many chapters? 4? Yeah, 16? 17? Damn, what the fuck? I thought you were supposed to be on my side. Mr. World has also obtained the potion formula and main ingredient for Ocean Songster. He really is impressive. Derek moved his gaze from the goat skin and his hands. Did my statement at the beginning of this stream mean nothing to you? That's what I'm saying. Thank you, the Island of Bam. I went to the Island of Bam. Yeah. Stop it. No, stop it. Don't finish that thought. Just read. Derek moved his gaze from the goat skin and his hand and looked at the gentleman seated at the other end of the long bronze table. In his mind, the world's toughness had reached a whole new level, one that could match the weaker members of the 6-member council. Fours was also similarly astonished as her poignancy, that's a fun word, grew deeper. She remembered the back when she first joined the Tarot Club, Mr. World gave her an impression that he was gloomy and reserved. Apart from that, nothing stood out. In the subsequent gatherings, he began to show that he was experienced and knowledgeable, as well as possessing rather impressive abilities. At a glance, he was a senior Beyonder who had experienced many things. Just second to Mr. Hangman amongst the Tarot Club members, this image had already formulated in For's mind, but I like that word. This image had already formulated in For's mind, but in recent months, Miss Magician was repeatedly surprised by the world. He was first capable of obtaining rather important information, and following that, he sold plenty of Beyonder characteristics. In a short span of time, he made her involuntary suspect of he was a Beyonder assassin who was active in the mysterious world. She feared him from the bottom of her heart, but along with that came happiness. This is because it meant that she could commission Mr. World to certain requests that would be met with high chances of success. Yeah, you can. When the new members, the Hermit appeared. Hi, welcome. When the new members, the Hermit appeared, Force even imagined that Mr. World's halo would be blanketed by a powerful lady, but to her surprise, she had snatched the limelight and blinded everyone with its magnificence. To obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula, its corresponding main ingredient, and the notary potion formula was seemingly impossible by human standards. He really is impressive. I admire this kind of quiet and ordinary person who is actually very capable. I wonder when I could become a Viscount. After this haunting competition, the winner will receive a prize. It's likely something that will allow a sanguine to become stronger. Emlyn White quickly turned his thoughts back on himself. As Audrey was sighing for an amusement, she was puzzled about the matter from before. Why is the impressive Mr. World not searching for Emperor Roselle's diary pages? I was wondering when someone was going to clock that. Because, like, if I was at the Tarot Club and I was, like, sitting there and I was, like, getting these diary entries, remembering all these words, and I look over and I'm like, hey, why is he not? It's not like Ma'am Hermit. He has already joined the Tarot Club for quite some time and he doesn't need to observe. It's not like he doesn't have any requests that don't require him to search for Emperor Roselle's diary pages to obtain something from Mr. Fool. Then why isn't he searching for them? He has privately submitted them, but why? Indiscernibly, Audrey felt that Mr. World and Mr. Fool had connection to a certain degree, but she wasn't able to confirm, as there was too many possibilities. At this moment, Alger turned to the seat of honor after a few seconds of silence. Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with the world. Ooh, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Here it comes. Klein nodded with anticipation as they isolated everyone else. Alger waited for 2 seconds before turning back and looking at Mr. World. Garamond Sparrow. I love how everybody just assumes that it's Garamond Sparrow because, like, why would it not be? I love that so much. I will use an unknown primitive island coordinates in exchange. On the island, there aren't only exact beyonder creatures that cannot be found on the northern and southern continent, but there's an ancient ruin of unknown age. Back then, it was discovered by Kalangos and me. Back then, we lacked the strength to delve deep inside it. However, he discovered certain traces, and he suspected that the ruins hid something extremely, extremely important. He believes that the value isn't lower than the card created by Emperor Roselle. It's another card of blasphemy. Yes! The Mycene is inferior to Kalangos, and I didn't go as deep as he wanted. I had no idea what he saw other than guesses about the situation from his remarks. When Mr. Hangman said holds plenty of information, from the looks of it, he long knew Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Then he had adventured together and found the primitive island and the ancient ruins. And previously, he was also the one who thought of finishing off the primitive admiral while he was away at sea. Mr. Hangman isn't an ordinary member of the Church of Storms. His past seems very complicated. Tell me more. And he hides many secrets. Yes, a primitive island value isn't small for a secret organization that can be the foundation to support the growth of its members. Klein controlled the world to appear to be in thought as he attempted to obtain more information from the hangman. With the world not rejecting or agreeing, Alger, who had calmed down, calmly said, on the island there are traces of demigod-level beyonder creatures to you that should be something to value. On this point, I can swear on Mr. Fool's name, I guarantee that I'm not lying. After obtaining the Bizarro secret potion formula, I'll have to consider how to obtain the corresponding ingredients at this level of a demigod. Money becomes a little use. Trading gives me the highest chance of obtaining something I need. The location of a demigod level beyonder creature is important. That ruin is also quite interesting. The world didn't hesitate as he chuckled. Deal. Alger didn't immediately receive the Ocean Song to potion formula. Instead, he said, I have a condition. I wish that on your first exploration to the primitive island that you will do it with me. With Mr. Fool watching all of this, I believe you won't be concerned that it'll be up to no good. Klein considered it for a moment and made the world nod. No problem. I will need companions when I head to the dangerous place. Is he gonna... Oh my god. Is he gonna bring Anderson and Donitz? Please tell me he is. And Anderson and Donitz and Alger. That'd be such a fun little trio as they go exploring. That dynamic would be so fun. No problem, I will need companions when heading to the dangerous place. I will hope that you will have the required strength. Alger wasn't arranged by the world's tone as he heaved a sigh of relief. That's why I wished that your first exploration will be after an advance. Of course, I were to lose control because of my potion. Not in that way. I actually just think it would be a fun dynamic to go. Not in that way. Get your mind out of the gutter. I'm just excited. Because I like anybody going with Garamond Sparrow. It's always funny to watch people's reactions and how he, like, interacts with people. That's why I wished that your first exploration will be after an advance. Of course, I were to lose control because of my potion. This agreement will naturally be null and void. No problem. The world replied without any qualms. Alger didn't harm the topic. After obtaining Mr. Fool's agreement, he conjured the situation of the primitive island on a goatskin. It's along the periphery of the roasted sea. It's quite a big island, almost the size of Blue Mountain Island. Klein received the goatskin and quickly scanned through it to gain It's along the periphery of the roasted sea. He quickly looked up and said, I'll hand over the potion formula and main ingredients after the gathering's end. All right, having made this choice, Alger no longer had any reservations. When hearing that, he felt upheavals going through his heart, but he appeared even more staid on the surface. After the duo's private conversation came to an end, Katlia retracted her gaze to the world and looked up at Fours. The meteorite crystal had been obtained 600 pounds for 60 grams. That's fast. Ma'am Hermit is really efficient. Forrest felt delighted. She was also slumped. After last week's gathering, she had already obtained the crystallized blood of lava squid. For that, she had paid 600 pounds, leaving her with 230 pounds. Adding the 150 pounds she received this week from her royalties, she was still short 220 pounds. Holy fuck. I'll first borrow from Gio. She should have that much after I succeed in advancing. I'll try to earn money as quickly as possible. I have to tell Forrest. Silently drew a breath and said, all right, we will do the transaction tomorrow at the same time. The hermit tersely acknowledged and without wasting any time looked at Audrey. The black hunting giant lizard spinal fluid had been confirmed, 1,800 pounds. There are temporarily no clues for the illusory chime tree's fruit. That's always very good, better than I expected. Thank you, Ma'am Hermit. Audrey sincerely thanked her without even minding the price. She recently realized that there was benefit to establishing the Relics Search and Preservation Foundation. She could use her fluid in more secretive and unequivocal manners. It made it difficult for her parents to notice. After confirming the two transactions, Cattleya surveyed the members as though she was one of them. Any clues to the blood of the mystical creature? Klein immediately controlled the world as he chuckled with a hoarse voice. Are you referring to the pure mythical creature? Pure mythical creature, there are impure mythical creatures. Audrey and company were puzzled but interested by what they had heard. Cattleya was taken aback as she said, the pure one, which means the blood of an angel, 1 drop is enough. She didn't introduce it in detail back then because she believed that for the time being, a high-level object would appear in the Tarot Club unless Mr. Fool was willing to provide her with help. And clearly Mr. Fool didn't need anyone to explain to him what a mythical creature was. I have certain clues, but I can't guarantee that I can obtain them. Furthermore, it might take another 3 months at least. Klein controlled the world to give a response. The other Tarot Club members fell silent. They never expected the world to have any clues to an angel's blood. What can he accomplish? Audrey, Forrest, and company had their impression of Mr. Fool refreshed again. As for Alger, he suspected that the world would seek Mr. Fool's angel and drop the blood. After a brief moment of silence, Emlyn, who suddenly realized that his advancement wasn't necessarily an obvious as the other members, weakly said, are there any clues regarding your previous commission? Forrest immediately said there are suspected cases. I will continue investigating. Burdened with debt, he was motivated to work. At the end of the trading segment, Derek mentioned his request of buying the crystallized root and the tree of the elders. As for the feather of the spiritual cracked bird, the city of Silver had it in their specialty warehouse. In addition, he also sought to purchase the golden edge sunflower and other supplementary ingredients that were commonly seen items in the outside world, but they were lacking in the forsaken land of God. The crystallized root of the tree of elders and the supplementary ingredients weren't difficult to obtain. Emlyn's actions was caught as he said, then what can you use in exchange? Back when he provided Miss Justice with the fruit of the tree of elder, he had already learned what the crystallized roots were, Derek's thought, and said, beyond the characteristics of the Sequence 5 vampire, as was quite a commonly seen monster in the depths of the darkness. Sanguine, Emlyn said through gritted teeth. There's no rush. I'll tell you when I've decided what I need. He didn't want an item obtained from the transactions to overlap the prize of the hunting competition. Alright, having already owed the debt to the world, Derek was relatively at ease. After a moment of silence, Klein rapped the edge of the molten table and indicated the commencement of the free exchange. Inside the ancient palace, here's the thing. Derek's a little shithead, and he knows he is. I love Derek with all my heart, but he's such a little shithead, especially when it comes to Emlyn. No, because here's the thing. It's not that I don't like Derek. Derek is I love Derek. I love Derek. But he is. And he knows he is too. It's true. It's true. He's a little shithead. I love him for it so much. But when it comes to Emlyn, he's a fucking D1 rage baiter. And I love that for him. It's what makes me like Derek more. You know? That's what I'm saying. Everybody knows to say sanguine. And then like, and Derek's like, I could also not. I could also start shit. And he does. And I love that for him. Emlyn's also a fucking shithead. They all are. The only one who's not is probably like Alger. But Alger's just like a brown noser and he went Dare. Alger's pretty good too. I don't know. But Emlyn, they just got like a fun dynamic, you know? But here's the thing. Emlyn also is only 46 years old. 40 to like, he's like in vampire years. Emlyn is also a child. That's why they fight. It's because they're both just like fucking little kids. Rage baiting each other. And that's what makes it so good. That's why I love it. Inside the ancient palace standing above the great fog, Alger wasn't in a rush to mention the matter regarding crazy Captain Connor's vicar. He turned his head to look at the sun. Are you still in Afternoon Town? Derek nodded honestly. Yes, we took a very long time to establish a camp. Later, with small teams, we wiped out their remnant monsters, one street at a time in search of any ancient ruins that might still exist. Although this process is slow, it's sufficiently safe. His answer was extremely detailed, and it gave the impression that Mr. Hangman could ask more questions if he wished to know more. Audrey listened in interest as she raised her hand slightly. Because here's the thing. Emlyn's also like really funny. I also really like Emlyn. Because, okay, and I mentioned this last night. I'm going to pause really quick. I mentioned this last night. A lot of, actually, I don't want to say this because I feel like I'm going to get in trouble if I say this. No, I'll just say it. A lot of the characters are one-dimensional characters. There are a couple that aren't. However, I feel like that is just one thing that I am excited to see more of as the book progresses. So I feel like when you have characters that have like a little bit more to them, like it, I don't know, yeah. I think that honestly is why I don't. I'm so scared. That's why I'm not a huge fan of certain characters. Anyway, let's continue reading. When all of you stay in Afternoon Town for so long, why do you rely on for food? Is there any black-faced grass nearby? She had long heard the little son in the city of Silver rely on the black... She had long heard from Little Sun in the city of Silver relied on the black-faced grass as they grew around the city as the source of subsistence. We carry a portion of powdered black-faced grass, but the main source of food comes from the hunting of those monsters. Once the bionic characteristics expelled, a large portion of them can be eaten once we skin them. I know, I was told not to say it out loud yesterday, but I did say it out loud, and you know what? It happened. Sorry. Doesn't mean I don't love the book, doesn't mean this isn't my favorite piece of media I've ever read. I'm only 3 volumes in. There's so much more to read. I've barely even scratched the surface. As expelled, a large portion of them can be eaten once we skin them and roast them with fire. However, there's a certain degree of corruption in the meat, which will result in psychological problems. We can't continuously consume the meat, and we will need to spread out the intervals. Derek replied in a serious manner to Mistress's question. Audrey recalled a few monsters in the depths of the darkness mentioning by Little Sun, and having terrifying vibes about the dark and eerie area around the city of Silver. She couldn't help but press further. Wouldn't that be very disgusting? Fours, who was attentively listening to the other members' conversation, was inspired by the question. She deliberately didn't look at Emlyn as she asked Derek with piqued curiosity. I remember you mentioning that monsters in the depths of the darkness include vampires. Their bodies run with pus and are extremely ugly. Then how could you consume vampires after killing them? Emlyn, who heard this question, forgot to correct her by informing her that sanguine weren't vampires. His expression turned livid as he felt an inexplicable feeling of indiscernible horror. Derek was silent for 2 seconds before saying, there are some monsters that are indeed disgusting, very disgusting, just like vampires, as mentioned by... He's such a shit. Vampire mentioned by Miss Magician, but we have no choice. As long as it's edible, we will eat them. His voice gradually turned heavy as though he once again felt a tragedy as the curse which enveloped the city of Silver. The place that looked like Giant's resident fell silent once again. Even Emlyn, who wanted to retort Derek, didn't say a word. All he did was curl his lips and retract his arm. That's really sad. First few seconds later, the world broke into silence with a chuckle. Let's return to the sea. There have been... Yeah, I know. They're talking about that. Dude, the city of Silver would not be... They probably have, like, a really cheap housing market over there, you know? But, I don't know. It's kind of like a pros and cons list, you know? Let's return to the sea. They have been certain matters that require your attention. Crazy Captain Connor's vicar, single-eyed skull, drifted nearby harbor after a storm. The masts were snapped and there was charred marks in the entire crew, including Connor's vicar died, but no one survived. Justice and company didn't know the crazy captain was. They weren't too invested in the news other than being curious as to what caused the destructive naval tragedy. On the other hand, Alger completely different thoughts from them. There must be tremendous secrets of the world just paying attention to the matter regarding the crazy captain. It's no wonder His Eminence Cotman issued such an important command to get the mandated punishers and captains to investigate the situation. Alger's eyes darted and slightly as he said, after some thought, and bam, the Church of Storms is actively investigating the people and the matters surrounding Crazy Captain Connor's vicars. There's no need for me to commission it. Klein chuckled inwardly as he got the world to directly ask which clues does the Church of Storms possess. I have no idea. I'll try my best to understand the situation. Alger frankly shook his head. He believed the world understood what he was about to imply, that he was actually sure, but he would sound out the church knew. Audrey, who was listening out of curiosity, realized that the matter of the crazy captain was simple. Hence, she asked probingly, Mr. World, isn't that common in fighting amongst pirates? Klein was just about to be perfunctory when Miss Justice would, without divulging anything further, he was suddenly thought of a problem. Behind the great smog of Backland was the disappearance that might be a particular faction from the royal family. It also included some military personnel, and Miss Justice would lean towards the nobles in the royal families, both with her emotions and from her standpoint. If there comes a day when I target those bastards who are deserving of death, she might not find it acceptable if I commission a mission to her. She might even fall into a dilemma. Therefore, I should now inject the impression on her that the royal family and military have plenty of bad guys. I would subtly I love when Klein does this devious shit. This is the Klein I want. Charge the direction in which her standpoint and emotions are directed towards. For this, I can bear the burden that some of the information regarding the world is leaked. Klein thought for a moment and made the world say in a relaxed but mocking tone, Crazy Captain is related to the disappearance of the colonial slaves, which Mr. Hangman was previously investigating. The demoness sect takes of people who were trickled into the abduction of hands them over to Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, and they have them shipped to people over the northern continent to East Seas coast. Then, with Crazy Captain Connor's vicar, it completes the last mile. This pirate is intrinsically tied to many human traffickers and slave merchants in Lowen. Back when I informed Mr. Hangman of the news in January, someone witnessed Balin, who was involved in the disappearance of cases, and the MI9 members who was loyal to the royal family. Also, Backland's largest human trafficker, Capim, had guards from the Arbiter pathway. So, with so many matters compounded together, do you think that the Crazy Captain's death is simply a result of pirate infighting? I've always wondered why a person behind all of this needs so many slaves. The connection between the clues were clearly present before Audrey, Alger, and company. It made them suddenly realize a lot of things. Mr. World left Backland and headed for the sea to seek out clues. He's always been investigating the truth behind the Great Smog and Prince Edisac's death. According to the information he provided, it's clear that the true murderer hasn't been punished. He's still hidden inside the royal family, and there's a portion of military who are working for him. How despicable. The kind of person who should be thrown into hell. How does Mr. World know that the guards are on Capim and the Beyonders are from the Arbiter pathway? Did he fight with them? Audrey's mind raced as she suddenly made the connections. Capim was killed by the hero bandit Black Emperor. The latter clearly knew which pathway Capim's guards belonged to. The hero bandit Black Emperor is Mr. Fool's blessed. Mr. World is suspected to have a certain connection with Mr. Fool as he never sought Emperor Roselle's diary pages. Therefore, Mr. World is hero bandit Black Emperor, and he's also Mr. Fool's blessed. He doesn't hand in Emperor Roselle's diary pages because he hands them over in private. Some of his actions from before were to hide his secret identity as the Blessed. This is a test given to him by Mr. Fool. It's really hard to connect Mr. World with Hero Bandit Black Emperor. The latter feels like a hero. Audrey felt that she had stumbled upon the truth as she began to wonder what kind of person Mr. World, who was also Hero Bandit Black Emperor, was actually like in real life. Alger and Catley instantly understood why Cameron Sparrow had attacked Tracy. This blessed had seeking out the truth behind the Great Smog of Backland, and the truth hidden behind the somewhat Mr. Fool was interested in. Fours and Emlyn, who lived in Backland, also vaguely sensed something when the world mentioned Capim. After all, Hero Bandit Black Emperor's legend was rather striking around the recent year and a half. He became an important character in many run-of-the-mill novels. Even Fours herself had thought of making him the protagonist in a love story between a hero bandit and a young royal lady. They finally understood why the world had noticed in time that something was brewing in Backland and that a tragedy was about to happen. This is because the gentleman had been tracking the corresponding clues the entire time. From the looks of it, the matter of Backland is far from over. There will likely be another incident in the future. Of course there is, because there always is. I really wish to flee from this place immediately, but Gio definitely wouldn't want to. I have no way of explaining this to her. Forrest suddenly had thoughts of fleeing Backland. Emlyn wasn't too afraid. From this point of view, the sanguine, important figures were in Backland and were definitely able to provide some protection if a disaster really happened. After 2 seconds of silence, Alger said, "No serious matter. I will try my best to investigate this matter." He had already sensed that the truth behind the crazy Captain Seth hid in rather terrifying storm. As such, he was a little apprehensive and afraid, but he also trembled with excitement that he was involved in the most important matter regarding the southern and northern continents. After Catlia heard that, she nodded. "I will also seek out relevant information. If there are many clues provided, perhaps I might be able to help." Klein thought for a moment before letting the world speak frankly. On the night of Capi... You know what's crazy about this? I'm trying to figure out what's going on in the book. Klein's trying to figure out what's going on in the world. The Tarot Club's trying to figure out what's going on with the members and everything. Everybody's just trying to figure stuff out. That's why this book is so, fun to read. It's because you're trying to figure stuff out, but it's not just, you're trying to figure stuff out from one character's point of view. You're trying to figure it out from, numerous characters' point of view of, different things, which is always really fun. A high sequence beyond your suspect from the Backland Emperor. And everybody knows different information, too. Nobody knows the full... Everybody knows little bits. So you have to, take everybody's information. This demigod managed to escape before young Cotman arrived. Black Emperor Pathway Demigod, Alger and Catlia ruminated over these phrases. They considered an angle of attack. Audrey company had astonished the Tarot Club and distracted the development of the demigods to something directly involving demigods. The case that they were involved with the reality increasing the levels. As for Derek, he didn't understand a thing. Why is crazy Captain's matter coming to a pass? Catlia glanced at the world before deliberately mentioning her tidbit. Another incident happened at sea. Last week, the crazy adventurer Cameron Sparrow hunted the second mate of the King of Immortality, Slaughterer Kirches. He was a sequence 5 beyonder. How impressive. Forrest, who was only a sequence 8, sighed from the bottom of her heart. She knew very well what it meant to be sequence 5. Yes, he really is a legendary adventurer, Audrey echoed. Emlyn turned a gate before he closed his mouth. He felt that there was still a distance away from that level. Alger said with a sigh of unrest, "It's because of this that the investigation of Cameron Sparrow's origins has become an important mission of the various members' organization. Are you implying that the Church of Storms has gotten you to investigate me?" Klein instantly read between the lines and made the world chuckle. "I wonder where I can claim this commission. I wish to use some unimportant information in exchange for money. I have some understanding of Cameron Sparrow." Oh, Mr. World is hinting that he doesn't mind me exchanging what appears to be important, but in reality is actually meaningless information regarding Cameron Sparrow in exchange for rewards and trust. The hangman nodded in enlightenment. The free exchange continued for a while until Derek finished learning this week's list of ancient Hermes items before everything came to a close. After he watched the bowing mistresses and company leave, Klein cast a gaze on the Grozel's travels. Yes! Characters in the book. Am I about to cry? Dude, that was by far my favorite tarot meeting that we've had. Maybe not my favorite. No, I don't know. Because, we've had some really good tarot meetings. I just think that was, they just get better and better each time. I think that was my favorite tarot meeting. I think that was my favorite tarot meeting this volume. And I know there was like the last one where he like did all that whack shit to Katlia, but I don't know, this one just like their characters shone through the most, which was like, that's like what I really liked about it. And it was just really interesting. We got a lot of interesting stuff. I fucking swear to God, Kemi. If you, am I spelling characters right? I did spell characters right. If you change it to a sad song and I start crying, I'll never forgive you. I'll be honest, I'm never gonna forgive you. Not finding himself overly exhausted, Klein rubbed his, oh wait, one second, I want a cucumber. Don't do this to me. I can't take it anymore. Some of them beckoned over a tiny metallic bottle from the junk pile. Inside it was a tiny tube of blood that went through great effort to extract from his veins. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I don't want to do it. Okay. Oh, he's gonna go into the book and he's gonna see them. And he had a long, brought it above the great fog. It was only waiting for the opportunity to Klein and use his spirit body to enter Grozov's trap and explore the book world. After opening the cap, Klein wasn't in a hurry to smear his blood over the book dark brown cover. Instead, he summoned all the items from the junk pile and he had brought to the mysterious space above the tarot gathering, and he spread them out in front of him. In consideration of how the Black Emperor's form was too eye-catching and with him not too certain of the exact situation in the book world, Klein decided against bringing the card of blasphemy. Instead, he used Azek's copper whistle to fortify his spirit body to prevent himself from failing to return above the great fog before being instantly killed by some unknown power. As the ancient and exquisite copper whistle fused into the body, Klein's spirit body swelled up and became more corporal. 2 pinched black flames flared out from his eye sockets as though it was possessed by life of its own. With the help of cognition, he adjusted his spirituality, converging into the iciness and stemming from the aspect of death within his body. Soon his eyes returned to normal. This was like an evil spirit taking away an ordinary form of lure his prey into its proximity. Right on the heels of that, Klein were keeping hunger and held death knell, while he hid the nightmare beyond a character's body. The later was prepared for him to seek out new abnormalities when exploring the dreams of the living entities in the book world. After completing all his preparations, he poured a few drops of blood and smeared across Grozov's travels. After a brief wait, his vision turned blurry, as though my vision's about to fucking turn blurry. Let's start there. As though countless translucent objects were hidden within it. Following that, it turned clear. There was blue skies, white clouds, grayish-brown city walls, and passers-by. This is no longer the land of ice and snow from before, but a city that looks very normal on the surface. Klein stood by the side of the dirt road as he observed the residents of the book world. He discovered that most of them wore linen shirts and short brown coats and loose dark-colored trousers. Their overall style was akin to that of the Lowen Kingdom centuries ago. He looked down at the... Oh, fuck me. Fuck me, fuck me, fuck me. He looked down at the format of the tailcoat, stretch shirt, and damaged dark red bow tie, and suddenly changed it all out. Instantly, he was no different from the people around him. He then walked to the city gates in preparation to enter. At a moment, a leather-vested soldier with the gate stopped him. Entrance fees, 1 little? Do I look rich? I don't even know what a little is. Klein mumbled inwardly, amused. Then he then communicated with him as a spiritual level, successfully transferring the soldier's attention onto the merchant caravan behind him. As a quasi-wraith who could possess anyone and control them, exerting a psychological influence on others, was nothing extraordinary. It wasn't a particularly potent ability, but it was extremely useful against ordinary people. When Klein entered the city, he walked through the streets in a seemingly relaxed manner, but he inwardly remained weary. He felt that public hygiene was slightly better than Backland a few years ago. It appeared to have a mature sewer system, preventing the situation of any waste or trash being dumped. It could tell that it was an illusory world inside the book at all. Everyone had spirit body threads. Klein proceeded forward as he observed. Suddenly he noticed the stone building that was more than 10 meters tall to his side. It only had 2 stories, and the top of the doors was about 4 meters tall. Beside the building was a signboard. It was written in a language that is completely different from any of the outside world languages, but Klein instantly understood what it meant. Pesotit Blacksmith Guild. There's a blacksmith guild. This place really hasn't entered the age of steam. Just as Klein was feeling pognant, he saw the door creak open, and out walked a giant with 4 long limbs. The giant's skin was grayish-blue, and his head had a trademark single vertical eye. In his hand was a huge and heavy sledgehammer. He walked across the street as his lips curled. The humans walking past him didn't show any fear, as though it was a common sight. They even greeted the giant. "Good afternoon, Groselle." Groselle, Klein, who was rather face-blind to giants, had his pupils constricted. Only then did he realize the familiarity. He was just about to chase after them when he discovered that the giant had turned onto another street, vanishing from his sight. Klein stood on the spot, silently observing the interaction as he came up with a few guesses. There's another Groselle in the book world. No, the ending of the travels is Groselle died in the battle with the Nation of the Frost. This is another story. Filled with all kinds of questions, Klein wasn't in a rush to find Groselle. He turned and entered the bar at the side of the street. Such places were often the places with the most messy and multifarious information in the city. It added him to quickly gaining the grasp of the entire situation. Okay, I'm changing it. I'm going. I'm so scared. I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do it. Okay. The bar lighting was dim and the ventilation wasn't the best, making the air appear somewhat turbid. At the moment where there weren't many customers drinking, most of the people were at the bar counter, chanting happily with each other or the bartender. Klein slowly walked over and his gaze froze. He saw a man wearing a black pointed hat and an asymmetrical coat on the side of the bar counter. He looked pretty handsome with his flaxen-colored hair, deep brown eyes, and his high nose with thin lips. He was none other than the Solomon Emperor Viscount Mobit Zorast. Upon seeing him, Klein recalled the scene of the dream stealer rapid aging before he collapsed onto the ground as he struggled to crawl towards elvish songster Citus and grabbed her hand. All of them remained clear as day, as though it had just happened yesterday, yet Mobit had once again appeared before his eyes. Klein's expression grew heavy as he walked over and sat beside Mobit. He didn't say a word, as he knew that Mobit was one to start a conversation. Outsider from time... First time in Posit? I swear I've never met you before. Mobit put down the cup of distilled liquor as he turned his head to the side. I come from the Nation of Frost. Klein randomly cooked up a story. Mobit immediately laughed loudly. You're a funny one. This is the Nation of Frost, but of course, this was many years ago. Ever since the King of the North was killed by a bunch... of adventurers, no heroes, this place no longer looked plagued by ice and snow. Everyone believes that it should be called the Nation of Neverwinter. Klein felt silent without responding. Why so serious? It looks like you have your own troubles. Mobit rapped a wooden bar counter showing signs of sympathy. He downed a mouthful of spirits and said, I'm telling you, men should absolutely not get married. It's the beginning of suffering. Do you know? When she gets worked up a little, she would beat me up. Fuck my life! I'm actually so done with this. She beat me up a little. When she's happy, she beats me up. Same when she's embarrassed or angry. Anyway, she beats me up for any reason. From the very moment I've decided not not to return home again. Does this mean you got married? Klein kept silent for 2 seconds as he sized up Moment's face. He discovered that there was no signs of bruises and swelling on his face. This meant that the elvish songster knew that men needed to be put on pants. I'm really fucking not. He asked with a sigh, when did you marry her? Moment was taken aback, but he smiled wearily. I came here with a merchant caravan. When I saw her, she was just that beautiful. Her singing was moving and seemed to hide indiscernible sorrow. I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over back then. I definitely won't return. Hey, why don't you seem a little sad? You don't have to be sad for me. I'm already free. At that moment, the bar door suddenly opened as a beautiful female voice shouted, Moment, come out here. I'm counting from 10. Never come back if you don't come home. 10, 9. Moment immediately jumped up and ran to the door. As he ran, he muttered, I know you don't have any patience. You always jump to 2 after counting to 8. Klein turned his body and saw Sidus's figure, but he no longer had the intention of communicating with her. The real Moment and Sidus were already dead. The ones living in the books were just 2 characters, standing up and leaving the bar. Klein came to a nearby deserted alley. He planned on confirming the kind of the spirit world this world had. He quickly outlined spherical lights in his mind as he thought gradually emptied out and his body and mind became tranquil. As his spirituality spread bit by bit, several indiscernible illusory figures appeared around him. However, up in the sky, it lacked the 7 illusory brilliances of different colors. It contained endless knowledge. The 7 lights don't exist here. The number of spirit world creatures here are lacking. This place is indeed a fake spirit world created by the book. They get their little happy ending. Klein took a step forward and found the colors of the various saturated to the extreme as it overlapped with the obvious differences. He wasn't in a rush to explore the spirit world. He excited and began window shopping through Pesuit and charted the others. Before long, he found Grozel's residence. The giant ran a blacksmith shop. He was taking an afternoon nap on the huge bed in the 2nd story. Klein directly entered by passing through the wall and came to Grozel's side. He observed the giant for a few seconds and took out the Nightmare Beyond characteristic from his spirit body. With some difficulty, he used some of the power that it came naturally equipped with. Deep serene darkness spread quickly. It sped to an instantly developed Klein and Grozel. In the spirit body state, Klein directly saw a blob of regular hazy spherical light. His spirituality immediately emanated over and touched the spherical light. All sorts of scattered scenes instantly flashed past around him before fixating on the forest with towering but withered trees on the other side of the forest. It was a mountain and steep cliffs at the top of the magnificent palace. The palace was huge and opulent and didn't seem suitable for humans. It gave him an impression like it was a myth. As the light of dusk and scattered before it seemed frozen, Klein had seen this place before. It was the giant king's court that had appeared in the dreams of the world of the battlefield of gods. However, this angle was completely different from before. He was suited behind the king's court. Okay. Can I change it now? Or are we just gonna explore the king's court? Hey, Tammy, can we change it up? Can we change it up? Please. Okay. Sounds good. Chapter 719. Dude, I'm not built for this shit. I'm such a fucking little... I'm such a baby. I'm such a baby. Okay. and good. Dream tour. Klein turned his gaze to the forest where light could hardly penetrate through the defenses. Having gained a rough idea of where he was, this was the waning forest which Grizel guided when he was the Giant King's court. The trees in the forest were tens of meters tall, and the thickness of the trees were arm stands of several giants. However, the bark were molted with the signs of rot everywhere. The leaves and twigs. Did someone just say watch heated rivalry to offset the sadness? No! I'm just gonna cry even more. I'm just gonna fucking cry even more, bro. Like, it's not, that better have been a joke. The trees and the flowers of tens of meters tall, and the thickness of trees was the arm span of several giants. However, the bark were molten with signs of rot everywhere. The leaves and twigs were mostly withered and dropping as they interwove in each other like dark cloud floating in midair. Grizel and similar-looking giants guarded the boundary of the forest, either carrying axes and broadswords, fully contracting and defending the area. The fuck you gotta bring up that quote for? That's so rude. I'm already in like distress. We don't need to make it worse. According to Grizel, the warding forest of the bodies and the giant Armir's father and mother buried in it. Apart from the ancient god, no one else is allowed to step inside, including these guards. Yes, Giant King Armir's parents should be so-called original giants. The kind that was the craziest, cruelest, most ferocious, perhaps. Why would Grizel have such a dream? As Klein was in thought, he suddenly sensed something amiss. According to this random conversation in Pesote, I did say that. The present Grizel was a native giant who had nothing to do with the Giant King's court. Therefore, having such a dream made it appear rather abnormal. From the psychological alchemist theory, which Ma'am Daly and Miss Justice have discovered before, perhaps the book would be use or clone original characters' subconscious and collective subconscious when creating a character. Then it would make a minor change, making the conscious fulfill the required settings. Therefore, Grizel's dreams will be influenced by the subconscious reproducing life in the Giant King's court. If that's the case, it can only be said that the book is a cruel author. The moment Klein thought of this, he suddenly had an idea. He felt that it was an opportunity for him to gather information on the Giant King's court. He previously planned on directly learning about such matters through Grizel, but in order to keep his promise, the giant guardian had died in the battle with the king of the north, Ulysses. After his spirit body left the book world, it quickly dissipated without getting him any chance to communicate. Now he finally had another method, which was to explore Grizel's dreams. There had to be parts of it that were ridiculous or exaggerated, but the remaining content had to be true reflection of reality, as long as an approach of careful study is employed, not to impossibly distinguish the two. Grizel never entered the warning forest, so the scene inside must be stern from his imagination. There's no need to explore it. Klein slowly cast his gaze on the mountain where the king's court was. It wasn't tall, which meant that the waning forest was only a mountain rather close to the king's court. It was probably just a straight path from there to the ancient god's residence. Klein didn't waste time searching as he walked straight to Grizel and acted like he knew him well. He asked in a relaxed tone, "How should I return to the king's court?" I knew that Grizel was an honest giant. He would only be more honest in his dreams. Grizel raised his hand and scratched the back of his head as he looked down with a confused look. He said with a smile, "Isn't it simply by taking the barren tunnel?" He pointed ahead and added, "You'll see it when you circle around the boulder." "Thank you," Klein sighed as he said with a light bow. As he watched Klein depart, Grizel scratched the back of his head, muttering to himself in confusion, "Who is he? Why do I find him so familiar?" After circling the boulder that protruded from the mountain, the scene opened up before his eyes. I can change the music back? That'd be really cool if I could. Oh, we're just changing it to something else. I swear to God, Cammy, if this music is sadder, not only will I kill you, I will actually... I don't even know what I would do, to be totally honest. Okay, let's see how this goes. After circling the boulder that protruded out of the mountain scene opened before Klein's eyes, a gigantic cave at least 30 meters tall appeared. Erected outside the cave was a stone still. Engraved on it was a single vertical eye, high nose, and plush lips. It looked like the giant had been squeezed into reveal the frontal facial features. Just as Klein approached, the mouth of the stele opened. "Why are you returning to the king's court ahead of time?" "By His Majesty's order," Klein said in an flustered tone. After all, the intelligence level of the living beings in the dream was equivalent to that of the owner of the dreams, Grosel. The lips on the stele opened and closed and let out a humming sound. "Please answer the question, otherwise you shall not pass." "If only I brought along the roads. It should be rather fun to see what happens." Klein lampooned as he calmly nodded. "Okay." The steel lips closed for 3 seconds before opening. If your wife, daughter, and a woman you covet ask you to judge which of them is most beautiful, who would you choose?" Probably the wife? This is completely different from the magic mirror style. Klein's lips quivered as his mind raced. Using nearly 10 seconds, he answered, "My intelligence is insufficient to determine this matter. I will assign someone who is more intelligent than me to give an answer." "How can I answer something that can get me killed?" He gritted his teeth and added, "Who is the most intelligent person?" The giant face on the stern froze for a sec. Klein saw him answer, "Of course, it's our king." The steel was shocked beyond words. It took quite a moment before it said, "All right, I'll consider it as you answering the question. You may pass." I probably would have died. Klein immediately crossed the stage seal and walked into the cave. The ground in the cave was paved with large stone panels and had been withered. The side of the top of the cave were filled with murals speaking of stories and giants and dragons battling demonic wolves, mutants, devils, and phoenixes. The draw style was crude and the color choice was dark, however, it was extremely vivid. Klein walked forward as he observed the murals. He discovered that there were swathes and withered weeds, as well as the kinds of coarse gravel in between the stone panels and bottoms of the murals. As he lacked the water and the decline that became more apparent and deeper, he ventured inside. After walking for an unknown period of time, Klein saw a huge grayish blue open door. Standing on each side of the door was 4 or 5 meter tall giant. The giant guarded the place were different from Grosel and the others. They wore solid and beautiful iron black armor film, exquisite helm. They looked like 2 huge statues. They didn't stop Klein and allowed him to pass through the door and enter the hall within. The hall wasn't spacious. At the end of the hall could be seen clearly, and it could probably hold about 5 to 6 giants. As Klein was observing his environment, he suddenly halted. Then the hall seemed to be pulled away into an invisible hand as he quickly rose. He staggered a little before finding his footing. All he saw was grayish black walls flashing as they kept sweeping downward. In about 10 seconds, there was a thud as the hall stopped descending. At this moment, he was in the cave tunnel outside the door, but a magnificent place propped up by stone columns. Klein briskly left the original hall as he seized up the surroundings with piqued interest. "This is the Giant King's court elevator." It seemed to be the place where the guards lived. Outside the long table, taller than human, was extremely large chairs. On the 2 sides of the room and inside were neatly ordered beds. Klein swept past the various items of the hall before he stopped at a mural. The mural's main character was a giant dressed in full-body silver armor. As there was nothing to scale, Klein was unable to know exactly how tall he was. The giant stood by the side of the cliff, with a sword in his hand pointing diagonally upwards. His body emanated a bright halo like the rising sun illuminated the surroundings. Many giants were genuflecting around him as though praying or worshipping him and awaiting a bestowment. The Giant King's son, god of dawn, Badhail. Klein looked at his face in mural main character and thought, as he saw the face of the blocked by the mask, there was only a dawn-like halo coming from his eyes. It's very similar to the god of combat statue in the Black underground ruins. His face was completely hidden behind the mask. Queen Mystic said before that the god of combat is a giant who lived in the ancient times, therefore their church headquarters. The great twilight hall resembled the Giant King's court. Could it be the son of the Giant King? This god of the dawn escaped the destruction of the king's court and the certain point in time. Managed to retake the authority wielded by his father. Klein made a bold guess, but he lacked any evidence or clues. He used the corresponding principle to look at the wall opposed to the mural. There was also a mural there, but the main character was no longer god of dawn, Badhail. Instead, it was a female giant with leather vest and long skirt. The female giant stood sideways. Her facial contours were soft, and her vertical A single vertical eye was focused beneath her long, dark brown hair, reached all the way to her back. Her right hand was spread out as she held items like wheat and fruit. Around her were golden fields, clear lakes, and tree covered with fruits and colorful mushrooms. Giant queen goddess of harvest, Amabella. Klein looked around but did not see the mirror representing giant King Armir. There's no depiction of the ancient god because this is the residence of the remote guards. Then, going out from here will likely be the interior of the giant king's court. Klein carefully walked to the door. He used the method he employed in the dream world of the battlefield ruin to the god of activating creeping hunger and using the strength of the zombie to open the door. However, there wasn't a palace in the frozen dust that had managed outside. Instead, it was a gray, hazy world that appeared to be a cliff with a bottomless pit. According to Miss Justice's previous experience, this is likely the boundary of the dream. The only way is to head down and enter Grozel's subconscious. Finally, I'll arrive at a sea of collective subconscious. Miss Justice discovered the mind dragon in the human sea of collective subconscious when she was then in this book world created by the dragon of imagination. What would be contained in the sea of collective subconscious? Klein's mind whirled as he conjured the staircase that led down to the hazy world. The staircase didn't head straight down but spiraled around deep into the gray haze. The bottom could be seen, nor were any of the details in the mind were possible to discern. Okay, we're getting somewhere. I had a good cry. Now we're getting back to the good. You know. Excited, you know. Because here's my thing. If Klein's gonna do stuff, he might as well do stuff for my entertainment, you know? Like, I'm actually gonna put this back. Like, Klein, let's do stuff that I would want to see so that, like, I can learn, you know? Bro, I still have 14 chapters left. That's fucking crazy. Well, after silently observing for a few seconds, Klein walked forward as he got into the staircase and carefully walked down. The surrounding light gradually dimmed and the gray, hazy luster enveloped into the extremely silent world. The moment Klein proceeded down the staircase, he felt more and more like he was being locked inside the dark, silent room. Slowly his ears could hear his sloshing blood and breathing heart. The later speed up as it was invaded by a panic and horror which could hardly keep in check. Klein focused his mind as he imagined the stacks of spherical light so as to stabilize motions and recover. To his side, a grayish-white cliff coldly stood there. It represented the domain of Grozel's subconscious. It was silent as though it was dead, but the surrounding grayness would occasionally coruscate. Can't say that word. Klein focused his gaze instead at the top of the points of light. There was a giant who ripped apart a human before stuffing it into his mouth, as well as Grozel's panicking. Back then, the latter was less than 3 meters tall, and it was clearly still an adolescent. The point of the light flashed past, appearing in the frozen dusk and scattered upon the mountain peak. Time here seemed to become impeded. Klein was just about to seek out any valuable information in Grozel's subconscious when he suddenly heard sounds akin to a beast panting. With the whoosh, a huge palm appeared from the surrounding haze. Its skin was grayish-blue and it covered with signs of rot. On it was obvious yellow-green liquid as it quickly grabbed his Klein's ankle. Amidst the painting sounds, similar palms rose up, one after another, from the staircase below, as though they were attempting to forcibly pull Klein's spirit body into the mind world's darkest and most unfathomable zone. Instantly, the rotting palms formed a dense horse as they kept struggling upwards as they let the sound of horrible hair-raising paintings. It made Klein instinctively jump up 3 steps. However, the countless palm that began the giant corpse didn't stop. They square up along the staircase as they surge upwards, covering every inch of space. Klein was able to just reach out in right place and draw Death Knell using terrifying bullets combined together with Death Knell, slaughtering about slaughter ability to finish off the countless monsters with two questions suddenly flashed in his mind. Where do these poems come from? Why would they be inside Grozel's subconscious? The moment that thought came to mind, his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein came to the realization as he immediately banned his thoughts of using death knell. He calmed his breathing and imagined a spherical light. The huge rotting palms took the opportunity to reach his feet as they grabbed the calves and ankles. At that moment, the silent vanished as though they had never appeared. Indeed, this is an illusion created by Grozel's subconscious. Here, minds don't just face each other, but they interact with them as well. If one lacks the corresponding beyonder powers, the deeper one goes, the easier it is to have the emotional breakdown. Intrusion by the other party's subconscious will slowly happen until one beyonder's powers are severely tainted. As a result, one will become a mental patient and the other will never have been able to recover their rationality. And this might very well lead to the loss of control. This is different from communicating with spirits. Corruption isn't avoided simply by maintaining lucidity and reason. This is because one is already inside the target's beyonder powers. Klein muttered to himself, having figured out something. He had stayed for a few seconds before turning around to climb up to the stairs. He gave up on venturing deep into Grozel's mind world because he lacked the beyonder powers and to placid his own mind, insisting on heading down to the equivalent of suicide. It's boring. I'll consider exploring again after I find the mystical item that targets this aspect. Klein determined his thoughts as he walked faster. Finally, with a leap, he returned to Grozel's dreamscape and returned to the guard's court to the giant king's court. He already felt exhausted, so he immediately left the dream, waking out of Grozel's blacksmith through the walls before observing the wonders of the book world. I've already met Grozel, Mobit, and Sidus. And while I was casually chanting with others, I also heard from the devout priest Snowman and the philosopher Frenziar. However, there isn't any Anderson Hood or Edwina Edwards, Donitz, or Gammon Sparrow. Therefore, only the dead will possess brand new characters in the book. Or could it be that only those who had stayed in here for extended periods of time, fully expressed themselves in adventure in the day-to-day lives, would be able to have their subconscious replicated? As Klein strolled to the side of the street, which was illuminated by setting sun, he considered something he found crucial. If it were that former theory where the dead would revive and become new characters, then there is nothing Klein needed to worry about. However, it was the latter. He was considered reducing the frequency at which he explored the book, as well as strictly control the amount. I'm so scared. What's about to happen? What music am I changing to? Am I just changing back to the original song that I was playing? Because if that's the case, absolutely no! Don't make me do it! Don't make me do it! Please, don't make me do it! I promise, I'll do anything else. Which explored the book as well as Secundament. There's no way to ascertain for now. I'll deal with the situation by assuming it's the latter. There's definitely nothing wrong with being cautious. Klein quickly made up his mind. He was about to return above the grey fog. At that moment, he saw another familiar figure. Frenzy. No, don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. Don't make me do this. Frenzy, with his black hair and blue eyes, was sitting on a long wooden chair at the street. He was staring blankly at the sky, which seemed to be lit in flames, as though he was in thought. Recalling how the lone soldier's ash urn was still with him, he planned on setting it back at the Church of Storm Cemetery in Backlund. Klein silently sighed and walked over before sitting beside him. He asked as though he was a casual conversation, "What's on your mind?" I'm wondering who I am, where I come from, how I should return. Frunzian didn't look away as he said in a dreamlike stare. Without waiting for Klein to ask another question, he shook his head with a chuckle. I ultimately feel that I don't belong here and am not myself at the moment, and that there's some place awaiting my return. They always mock me for considering such pointless questions, so they gave me the title of philosopher. As he spoke, he looked at the setting sun and once again fell into silence and looked spellbound. Klein didn't say a word. He sat there quietly and accompanied Fernzian as he watched the sunset. Finally, he silently vanished. Frenzy didn't notice that the person beside him had already left. He sat there motionless, like a marble statue, looking far into the distance. Dude, why did those guys, like, fuck me up? So, like, they know they're not supposed to be in the book. They know it's not real. That was, like, a really sad... Are we done with this, like, whole Groselle and, like, the Band of Heroes bullshit that they got going on? Because, like... Oh my god. Can I... Can I change the music back? After replenishing the ship's supply. Okay, thank you. Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, that whole, like, the whole thing with Roselle and all of them, like, it's not even that sad, but it's so sad. After replenishing the ship's supplies, Alger was instructed the Blue Avenger to leave the Renaissance. Kill me, dude. I don't want to do this anymore. Harbor. It wasn't going to stay long in the Roast Archipelago. He had to return to the Passu Island and make his report by the designated time. At that moment in the captain's cabin, he was watching in anticipation at the illusory door that was formed by the items of spirituality and the begrudging flame. It was the door of sacrifice, and it was also the door of bestowment. Amidst the illusory creaking sound, the mysterious door slowly opened, revealing an infinite depth and darkness within its interior. Light shot out from within before converging to immediately after everything calmed down. 2 items had appeared on the altar at some point in time. As for the door with all kinds of strange symbols, it was gone. Alger was about to compose himself as he seriously thanked Mr. Fool. He finished the ritual according to the producer before reaching out and pick up the 2 items. One of them was a piece of paper that had been nearly folded, while the other was a translucent jellyfish that had azure blue seawater in it. Alger inspected the latter and discovered that there were occasional vortexes formed of the winds and occasional lightning streaks. From time to time, he could hear the distant moving sounding from it. The voice sounds like a woman's from the looks of it. This characteristic owner was a lady. Alger couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This means that it wasn't some quasi-high-ranking member of the Church of Storms that had been killed. The Church of Storms didn't have any female high-ranking members, quasi or not. Putting away the ocean songster beyond a characteristic, Alger unfolded the piece of paper. He swept past the main ingredients, and he quickly looked at the supplement ingredients. Finally, his eyes paused at the ritual. To him, the main ingredients were unimportant. With the bionic characteristics in hand, he could look at the latter as a supplementary ingredient. They were rather easy to find, so they didn't need much attention. It was the ritual that was utmost important. Drink the potion in the Umbrock's belly. Alger silently read the ritual contents and corresponding information. Quickly surfaced into mind. Obninskis were ancient sea monsters that could directly devour the sailboat, and it was a humongous distorted body, and it was as many 3 heads and tentacles that was exaggerated in others. There was a protagonist in many sea legends. Most of these sea monsters retained by the Church of Storms. They had the fixed region of activity, but it was unknown if they're near human intelligence. It's no wonder the Church controls Obninskis. Crazy, and not other sea monsters. It's no wonder there are so many Beyonders in the sailor pathway amongst pirates, but only a few can reach Humans 5. Either they directly inherit it, or they're subordinates of the King of the 5 Seas or Queen Mystic. Then, where should I find omniscience. They don't belong to the church. Alger frowned slightly as he contemplated his advancement that bypassed the Church of Storms. His first reaction was to find Queen Mystic Bernadette through Admiral Star's Calia. From her, he could find omniscience that didn't belong to the Church of Storms. His second reaction was that it exposed him to the danger. This was because the corresponding omniscience were likely servants of Queen Mystic. Just say potato. I'm gonna start just saying potato. I can't. And they would report everything to the mistress. Yes, will be the last resort. If there aren't any other choices. Alger's thought raced as he quickly had another idea. This was to pray to Mr. Fool. This reawakened existence successfully wielded the former authority of sea god Calvatua. He could commandeer undersea creatures, allowing him to know where to find potatoes that didn't belong to any faction. There is no need to rush it. If I were to advance now, I would be able to hide the advancements from others because of my lack of control of the spiritual dissipation. I can prepare the prayer after I make the report and leave Pasu Island. Alger calmed down his memories and the ocean songster formula. Then he moved his piece of paper to the tip of the candle flames. As he watched the flame devour the formula at an increasing speed, Alger's gaze turned deep. After finishing off the remnant traces, his gaze landed on the sea map and locked onto a location. Bansi. Alger planned on making a trip to Bansi and passing while en route to Pasu Island. He wanted to know what the present state of his behavior was. He had already searched his thoughts as sailors and no one objected. This was because he was equally curious as to why Bansi hardware was suddenly destroyed. They were curious as to what it turned into. Thank you for saying bless you. Chapter 7:21. Oh my god, what got it. Jesus. There you go. Dude, these chapters are now getting long as fuck again. Okay. Chapter 7:21, Klein's Guidance. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and began flicking his fountain pen with the yes! Frank Lee! Did I spell Klein wrong again? Son of a bitch. Yeah, I don't know why I said I was gonna finish the book. I'm still like super sick, but I said I would do it, so let's go. Dude, I love Goat Lee. I'm so excited to see him get animated. Him and all his weird little creations. Goat Lee, let's go. He is just such a fun character. And I really want to talk to Cuttlefish and be like, hey, homie, what were we doing when we created him? Because I need more of that. I need to know what he was taking when he created Gammon Sparrow, and I need to know what he was taking when he created Goat Lee. And I need him to take so much of it that he almost overdoses, but doesn't actually, because I need him to write more. On the future, Frank Lee rolled up his sleeves and began flicking his fountain pen while writing with a smile. My dear friend Gammon Sparrow. I also love that he calls him my dear friend Gammon Sparrow. He's just like, this is my best bud. We went to college together, actually. We were roommates. I have good news for you. I have successfully cultivated a new breed of mushrooms by using the flesh and blood of... Cultivated a new breed of mushrooms by using the flesh and blood of a rose bishop. As long as they're fish, it will keep growing. will no longer have to worry about not being able to eat mushrooms due to our long voyages. Furthermore, it has been crossbreed with beef, making it taste excellent. I guess I have to stand by what I said. Yeah. I guess I have to stand by what I just said. Okay. Its only flaw is that there's no way to make it catch fish by itself. Frank, honey, let's take a seat. Okay. Dude, this guy's just breeding everything. Its only flaw is that there's no way to make it catch fish itself. Externally help it's needed, but I don't think it's too big a problem. After all, based on what Nina said, it would corrupt the ocean. It's corrupting something, babes. Let's just pretend she's right. I've mailed you with some dried mushrooms. As long as you... No, stop it. Please, no. Please, no. I've mailed you some dried mushrooms. As long as you give it water and fish, they will immediately become normal and reproduce by themselves. I hope you will like my gift. I can promise you Gavin Sparrow will not like your gift. After going on and on, Frankly folded the letter and placed it into an envelope. He stuffed 3 dried mushrooms into it before applying glue to seal it. After doing all this, he took out the note Klein had given him, followed the descriptions written, and began to seriously prepare the ritual needed to summon a messenger. This wasn't complicated for Frank, so he didn't take long for him to set up the altar and create a wall of spirituality. Finally, he solemnly placed the low and gold coin before the candle. He lit the candle, softly chanted the incantations, and stared at the flame. He watched it begrudging as the headless woman walked out with foreheads and hands. First, Frank jumped in fright before staring at Renette Tinker's 4 beautiful blonde red eyes. Heads that identical with presence and maturity. How was it done? Why is they completely identical? If I planned it and saw, will it be grown more? The eyes of the foreheads held Renette Tinker turned to different directions before unformally falling on Frankly's face. Suddenly the soil, stored inside all kinds of vessels within the room, flew out and piled before Frank. Following that, Frank flowed up the tumbled midair with shocked expressions as he thrown straight into the pile of soil with his first head. His legs kept struggling as they dangled outside, but he was unable to pull himself out of the soil pile anytime soon. Only did 2 of Renette Tinker's foreheads reach forward and separately bite down on the letter and the gold coin. Only after she completely disappeared did Frankly finally find the best spot to exert his strength and and escape the soil. No. No. She's powerful. Frank's first sight. Give it away. Give it a second. 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 He wiped the soil behind his mouth, bit into it, and chewed on carefully before muttering to himself, "It's a bit sour." I'm gonna prove you wrong because I'm gonna keep going. At that moment, Catley, who had just finished his sacrifice in her cabin, sensed something. Her dying purple eyes subconsciously looked forward to Frankly's room, and she vaguely saw the crudely made illusory doll. The doll didn't have a head. The scene flashed, and Catley had closed her eyes immediately. She felt her eyes were burning as she couldn't help but have her tears flow out. It's not the cucumbers. She knitted brows little by little as she muttered in disbelief. Ancient Bane. After sending the meteorite crystal and the black hunting giant lizard spinal fluid to Miss Magician and Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world. He lay himself down in the reclining chair as he allowed his body to rock gently. He began considering where he would head to next. With news of Garamond Sparrow's sighting and crazy Captain Connors Vickers matter, it's unlikely that the pirates will openly appear in Bayham for some time. They've either left the harbors or are hiding themselves, making it difficult for others to find them. That is also to say that there's no need for me to stay here. The matters regarding the resistance can be deduced by responding to them through the sea god, or by going through Donitz. I'll head to the seaweed bar later. I'll get the fake identity, buy the scalp ticket, head to Desi Bay, Continent City. That's not only the biggest harbor around here, but it's also the Davy Raymond's hometown. I previously agreed to the Red Glove's request when I released him from creeping hunger that I would pay this beautiful bay city a visit and tell his daughter that revenge has been exacted. Yes, I'll also think of a way to return Nightmare beyond characteristics to the city. We're gonna do it. Where was I? Character planted to the sealed artifact to Saint Sam of the Cathedral China's Gate. Shaking his head, Klein closed his eyes and stepped on to recover his spirituality. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt something. As he opened his eyes naturally, he quickly acted his spirit vision. Then he saw Renette Tinker walk out into the void. This messenger was wearing the same complicated back dress, with a leather clasp in one of its hands' teeth. Who mailed it? Donitz, Vice Admiral Iceberg, Frank, or Anderson? Klein received the letter and nodded in appreciation. Thank you. He was very courteous with the powerful messenger with the mysterious background. He didn't wish to be strangled to death one day. Did you want to immediately reply? Renette Tinker's forehead spoke one after another. Klein tore open the envelope, took out the letter, and opened it to read it. The content alarmed him, as he nearly forgot to reply to it. As for Renette Tinker, she wasn't quickly tempered. She silently waited to the side. One day, Frankly will destroy the world. He definitely needs to be controlled. He can't give him a chance to advance. Seriously, how much does this fellow love to crossbreed and create all new kind of strange plans? The Silver City is in need of food, although flashed through Klein's mind is as he had a bold idea. It was to direct Frank's research efforts towards all kind of food that suited the Silver City. City of Silver. This way, cows, fish, mushrooms, rose bishops, and sea, and the world would be safe. Klein hurriedly looked up and said to his messenger, "Yes, I'll immediately reply." He instantly got up from the reclining chair, walked to the desk, got out the pen and paper, and started writing down quickly. I have a question. If you eat the mushroom breed you create, then eat cooked fish and drink a cup of water, will it continue to reproduce? After finishing the reminder, Klein proceeded to the main point. Is it possible for you to create wheat that can grow without sunlight, or cows that can produce milk and meat simply by consuming monsters? This seems rather interesting. He continued on the topic and wrote a few paragraphs before folding his letter. He then handed it to Renette Tinker in a natural way and said, "The postage will be paid by Frank. Let's hope he isn't dead." After the messenger's forehead said those words one after another, the representative was made bit by the envelope. "Let's hope he isn't dead." Klein jumped in the fright. Just as he was about to clarify the matter, Renette Tinker had entered the spirit world and dissipated. He contemplated for 2 seconds. Klein wrote a divination statement and used the topaz pendant to confirm that Frankly was still alive. He silently heaved a sigh of relief, packed up the dried mushrooms, and rubbed the temples before lying back into the reclining chair. After dinner at the seaweed bar, Klein wrote an ordinary-looking face and came here once again. Unlike before, the customers in the bar were mainly mixed-blooded natives who had darker skin and curly black hair. They were either part of the gangs of Bayham, or they were secretly working for the resistance, or even both. They weren't mainly ordinary, and they couldn't seen pirates who often came from different countries. Were all gone. Only a few people dressed as adventurers were drinking liquor and discussing rumors at sea. Klein swept the bar and found Danielle, who Donitz had mentioned. This thin local could provide him with fake identification documents and scalp ship tickets. Without an apprehension, he went over. A second-class ticket to Conant for tomorrow and an identification document. Daniel looked up and glanced at him. After some thought, he said a total of £20. Just a second-class ticket to Kona cost around £9. However, scalp tickets are more expensive to begin with. Together with the faked identification documents, £20 isn't too ridiculous. Klein silently did the math before saying, "Where can I get it?" In 45 minutes, Daniel replied like clockwork, "You can pay £5 first and then pay the rest after receiving the ticket and identification." All right, Klein didn't harp on the issue as he took out his wallet and pulled out 5 £1 notes. He wasn't worried that anyone would target his wallet, for it might mean that they would save a £20 or even get more. Moments after Daniel checked the authenticity of the note, he was about to inform the subordinates to get working. He suddenly realized that the bar was extremely silent. Klein also sensed it as he subconsciously looked towards the door. There were 2 people there. One was wearing a formal tailcoat and a black trench coat and brown hair neatly combed backwards. His eyes weren't big and they were bright and piercing. He had a thin mustache and his mouth was making him exude a gentlemanly feeling while also looking a little sloppy. The other person wore a hooded robe, which was rather rare. His face was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to identify him. The sloppy gentleman scanned the area and would rather please the crowd's reaction. The silver coin was tumbling in between his fingers as he walked towards Daniel, the hooded person following him, taking out something from his clothes and stifling it back into his mouth, producing crunchy sounds. The silver coin stopped moving when its sloppy gentleman came from Daniel. He said with a chuckle, "Preparing 10 tickles to Pince Harbor tomorrow before me. They needed to split between 3 different ships." "Yes, Mr. Oder." Daniel stood up in panic as he replied. Klein momentarily fell to recall the sloppy gentleman who was tumbling the silver coin in his hand was only when he heard the name Oder. Did he find it familiar? He was recalling and he saw the man in the hood take out a coffee-colored sweet before popping in his mouth. He was munching on it, producing the sound. After obtaining the aftermath reply, Oder and the man didn't stay any longer. He walked to the staircase in the quiet atmosphere. They headed for the 2nd floor of the bar. Daniel exhaled as he turned his head to see Klein looking puzzled. He then said, "Oder, the adventurer. Oder, who serves the Dawn." "I remember Silver Coin Viper Oder. He always claimed he worked for Queen Mystic, but no one could prove it. I asked Ma'am Hermit later. The last I heard of him was at Damir's Harbor. He was apparently mixing with Vice Admiral Blood Intelligence Office, Old Quinn. However, the latter had already been finished off by Mr. Hangman." Klein instantly recalled many things he deliberately and asked, "What about the other one?" "Who knows?" Daniel turned his head and instruct his subordinates. He got them to prepare some identification documents and the corresponding ship tickets. Chapter 722. An unexpected peaceful night. Oh, an unpeaceful night. I don't know where unexpected came from. There's no such thing as peace in Lord of the Mysteries. That's okay. I don't expect there to ever be. Would it really be the story if there was? Okay. The Silver Coin Viper Oder wasn't a pirate. There were all kinds of rumors about him which could hardly be verified. Klein checked his gaze at the staircase and walked to the bar counter. He found a seat at the counter and tapped it. A cup of Sahar. This was the locally produced malt beer. It was a lot cheaper from Solville beer and needed to be shipped over from the northern continent. 3 pence. The bartender recovered from the silent slate as he picked up the overturned cup. The crowd in the bar began to break out in whispers as they illuminated by the gas wall lamps. All of them were discussing the reason for the Silver Coin Viper Oder's purchase of 10 tickets. He definitely being pursued by someone. 10 tickets among 3 ships. It clearly prevent the pursuers from knowing what ship he boarded. The gang member with the sleeves rolled up revealed his tattoos. Shared his view based on the experience from evading capture twice. An adventurer drinking Lanty-proof scoffed. "You don't understand, oh dear. If this plan was the simple, we wouldn't have the title Silver Coin Viper. I dare bet that he won't be on any of those liners from those 10 tickets." The only thing I can confirm is that they're heading to Prince Harbor. Another adventurer shook his head when he heard that. Perhaps the news of him heading to Prince Harbor is fake as well. The gang member from before was taken aback by what he was hearing, refusing the one to be one-upped. He said, according to your description, oh dear, as likely thought, and what he figured out. That's precisely why he's heading to Prince Harbor and will be at one of the top 3 ships. Where was I? The 2 adventurers were about to retort him, but they decided that it was quite the non-zero chance that happening after some carefully thought. Momentarily, none of them said a word. This made the gang member extremely happy as he donned the rest of his liquor. Klein was holding a cup of Zahar as he sipped it while listening to the conversation. He was waiting for the fake identification ticket to be needed. There's another 45 minutes. I hope nothing happens. Don't make it the bar into mess. He silently prayed as he drew the crimson moon inwardly. The light yellow beer slowly dropped in volume, while Klein would look at the wall clock from time to time, or at the entrance, hoping the time would pass faster. Half an hour later, the door at the bar was suddenly opened with a loud thud, and the evening wind gushed in. No way. The corners of Klein's lips twitched as he held back his urge to smile wearily. He turned his body and looked at the sound. Standing at the door were 5 people. The leaders had black hair and brown eyes, and their recessive facial features and cut facial contours. He looked Taiwanese and looked to be in his early 40s. His expression was cold and exuded a natural air of dominance. It made everyone in the bar quiet down without realizing it. All the 3 men and the women behind him were in trench coats. They didn't hide the fact that they were holding revolvers, and they would instinctively aim and shoot if there were anything on sight of abnormalities. I didn't know them. They aren't any of the wanted lists or have any bounties on them. Klein mumbled to himself as he maintained a state as a specter. The 5 intruders suddenly scattered as they came before the different customers, bent their backs slightly, and looked at them before asking, "Where is Silver Coin Viper Odor?" The customers were hesitant to give an answer when they saw the black muzzle point on them, along with the hand-made ivory of ebony, which exuded a strange sense of beauty under the lights. They went to the 2nd floor. The customers who had been asked merely pointed the staircase in unison. Someone is really pursuing Oh dear. This is an act against Queen Mystic, or has Silver Coin Viper done something himself? Or could it be because the mysterious knotted man beside him who was eating sweets? Klein drank another mouthful of beers. He saw the intruders send 4 people up to the 2nd floor. 1 was left behind to continue questioning the customers. Soon the latter grasped the situation and O'Dear's request to purchase tickets from Denell. Immediately the person walked straight to the thin, dark-skinned black marketer, and he said in a heavy voice, "Tell me honestly, where is O'Dear heading with those tickets?" Denell didn't put on a front just because he had social connections. He forced a smile and said, "I didn't make it clear. I requested for 10 tickets that are to be distributed across 3 different ships. The departure date is set for tomorrow, within the destination being Prince Harbor." "For real?" The questioner was a seemingly radical man in his 20s. Denelli's soft reply, "You can ask anyone here. All of them heard it." "Dog shit." The man shoved Denelli angrily. He turned to walk towards the other customers. Denell staggered backwards. He was about to fall and hit his head onto the side of the tiny circular table when he suddenly felt an additional force on his shoulder instantly regain his balance. He subconsciously looked over and saw that it was the customer who had just requested to purchase the fake identity and scalp tickets. "Thank you." There's a bunch of military hyenas. Denelli first thanked him before softly saying through clenched teeth. The person who had helped him was Klein. He didn't wish for anything to happen to the ticket scalper. After all, he had just paid a deposit of £5. Of course, helping the innocent was also a habit of his. Military hyenas and Bayam. This description often refers to people of the MI9. What did the Silver Coin Viper O'Dear do? Klein silently asked himself and eliminated the possibility of someone was targeting Queen Mystic. To the lone military, it was meaningless. As he was thinking, the MI9 members who had headed up to the 2nd floor rushed down. As they ran, they said to their partner, "He has long fled through the window." The group of people came and left in a rush. Soon the bar resumed its usual din, but the silent, gentle, wobbling main door provided it wasn't as calm earlier. Klein waited for his fake identification documents and scalp tickets paid off. He didn't need to worry about any possible interruptions. After paying the remaining £15, he left the seaweed bar and he returned to the ordinary inn he stayed at. Jan Yode. The name was way too simple, isn't it? Before I returned to Backland, John Yode. Don't know where the yawn came from. John Yode. Before I returned to Backland, I need to make a more realistic identification document. Klein flipped through the series of identification documents before throwing them inside his suitcase. He took a bath and relaxed, prepared to leave BAM tomorrow and begin the late stage of the sea travels. At that moment, he heard knocking at the door. "Who is it?" Klein hurriedly took off his bathrobe, wore his clothes and pants, and walked to the door. Outside were a few policemen in black. One of them looked Lebanese, while the rest looked either mixed bloods or pure natives. "What's the matter?" Klein asked, puzzled. "Please show us some identification," the mixed blood said politely, since the gentleman in front of him was appearing in Lebanese. "Thankfully, I just made one. Otherwise, I'd be spending the night in a police station, or I'd have to flee the spot, change my looks, and redo everything." Klein mumbled as he returned to his room and took out the identification documents. The lone police officer casually flipped through it as he said, "Mr. Yode, are you living alone?" "Yes, everyone in the inn can vouch for me," Klein replied frankly. The Lebanese police officer revealed a smile and said, "Have you seen this person before?" As he spoke, the constable beside him unfolded a portrait. On it was an elder with abnormally thin and white messy hair. Apart from that, nothing stood out. "No," Klein shook his head. "He likes to eat sweets," the lone police officer added. "Sweets?" Klein suddenly recalled the mysterious hooded man behind the silver coin viper. Oh dear. He had been eating plenty of coffee-colored sweets in a short period of time. After a short deliberation, Klein said without hiding anything, "Perhaps back when I was in the seaweed bar, I saw a man who loved eating sweets and following silver coin viper odor." The Lebanese officer didn't hide his disappointment. After a simple word of thanks, he ended the questioning. Only after he knocked on the other guest room did Klein close the wooden door and return to the reclining chair. "Oh dear's matter is not only attracting MI9, but it also has gotten to the Governor General's office to send manpower to do a citywide search. This is quite something. He mustered then decided to head above the great fog to browse through the prayer points and light around the sea god scepter. He could gain more information from the prayer believer of Bam. He didn't wish to end up embroiled in massive maelstrom for giving the wrong response. After entering the bathroom, he went above the great fog, where he summoned the white bone scepter from the pile of junk. Swirling around it were countless points of light. As he browsed through each point of light, he discerned that the question wasn't a small scale. The target was O'Dear and the mysterious man, but he couldn't figure anything else out. After some thought, he cast his gaze on the point of light at being specially marked out by godhood. It belonged to a mixed-blood policeman named Boala. He claimed to have a shallow humiliation of changing his faith in the Lord of Storms and the Sea God as to climb the ranks of police officer. He was already a superintendent. Then Klein cast his Sea God wheel to the corresponding point of light. Boala, who was a police station assigned work to the subordinates, suddenly broke out a cold sweat. He hurriedly found the excuse to enter the washroom as he silently prayed. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, the great Calvatula, your pious believers has something to report to you. The person we are especially searching for tonight is a very thin elder. His hair is completely white, but he has luxuriant hair. It is very messy. He is very afraid of the cold, and he wears thick clothes even in Bam. He loves to eat sweets, although he is steam engine himself, and sweets are a high-quality coal. The higher-ups have informed him, but not harm him." Klein ignored Boala and reined his thoughts back as he tapped the side of the long table. Compared to the portrait, such description gave him a sense of familiarity. "It's like I've heard this somewhere in the past." To a seer, sense of familiarity meant a clue, hence Klein wore a divination statement and began questioning his spirituality. As he chanted the statement, he leaned back in the chair and fell asleep with the aid of cognition. At the grey fog world, Klein found himself back in 15 Min Street, where he previously rented. In front of him was a red-eyed Ian. The teenage boy looked up and said, "Turian von Helmussen, the greatest scientist after Emperor Roselle, a mathematician, a mechanist, and father's second-generation difference engineer." Suddenly Klein woke up and knew who MI9 was looking for. They were finding the great scientist who caused many deaths between the lone military and the Inta spy organization solely because of the third-generation difference engineer. They were finding the scientist freak who had mysteriously disappeared for years. It's no wonder Admiral of Blood Intelligence Office's Old Quinn had a modified radio transceiver that surpassed those of Backlund. Klein was instantly enlightened. Dude, it's crazy. It was a long chapter. I was learning a lot in that chapter. Okay. Okay, another good deed today. It's crazy how fucking massive these books are and how much you have to remember. Because it's all fucking intertwined. All of it. I didn't chew that enough before I swallowed it. Oh my god. Chapter 723. Another good deed today. After a moment of his mind going adrift, Klein rubbed his temples and slowly composed himself. He discovered that the matter had little to do with him. Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, they keep talking about it, but, like, it's crazy how much, like, does end up happening. Another good deed today. After a moment of his mind going adrift, Klein rubbed his eyes. His temples and slowly composed himself. He discovered that the matter had little to do with him. He wasn't motivated to participate in the matter. He was authentic to whatever happened in the military, found Turian von Halmussen. Because he lacked the sense of belonging to the loving kingdom. When he had done in the past and solely ensured the inevitable stable society, and that its citizens wouldn't suffer any accidental damage, of course he didn't mind instigating a revolution to follow the poor lead better lives. I never expected myself to become more of an international alias after coming to the West. He gave a self-deprecating laugh as he prepared to return to the real world. Have some sleep. Under the cloak of darkness, he would allow the tempest outside to freely unleash its might. At that moment, his attention was caught by the biggest item in junk piled through the corner of his eyes, the radio transceiver. Speaking of which, what is the faction controlling Turian von Halmussen? It's nothing much if it's not possible from the Queen Mystic Bernadette's side. She's a strong believer of do as you wish, but do no harm. She wouldn't do anything overboard. This wouldn't be a good if the Rose School of Thought, represented by Admiral Blood, ignoring the Temperance faction, that's being suppressed. As believers of the chained god of Mother True Desire, the level of villainous can't be lower than the Aurora Order. Letting them grasp the most advanced technology available might bring about disaster. Klein stopped his actions and wrapped his body. With his spirituality, he gently tapped the edge of the molten table. As soon as the idea, which was to bring the radio transceiver back to the real world, adjusted to the correct frequencies to see if he could receive the telegram from Admiral Blood's crew, then he could use the cookbook he had deciphered in the communications. There will be a huge sweep of city tonight. The matter must be a rather important and intricate point. If the ones controlling Helmut, oh my fucking god, I hate these names, Helmussen are, then there's a possibility of the appearance of the crucial telegram exchange in a situation in which the Governor General's office, the Lowen military, and the Church of Storms ever placed importance or even accepted the technology. This is the safest method. Therefore, Admiral Blood and company have a non-zero chance that they would change the frequency and codes of Old Quinn's death. Anyways, I'll give it a try. After some deliberation, Klein didn't delay as he'd returned to the real world and busily prepared a bestowment ritual. After bringing the radio transceiver to the room, he didn't immediately lose it. Instead, he used a ritual dagger and created a wall of spirituality to seal the room. He was doing it in an air out of the gray fog smell. To him, this was actually no need to go through so much trouble to confirm the faction and controlled Helmussen. He could have used the Grey Fog's order to contract the roads and receive the answer, but the protection was all he had possessed in question recently, and smell that frequently appeared might incur and notice an evil gods like true creators or the primordial demoness. It was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Klein decided to play it safe and rely on himself. After about 8 minutes, when the airing was almost complete, he dispelled the wall of spirituality and controlled the radio transceiver to begin the surveillance. After an unknown period of time, he corresponded the frequency received a transmission. Klein held back the joy of his heart and seriously made notes. Then he flipped through the cookbook, which had replicated using divination, and began the necessary deciphering process. Soon he wrote a one-line note: 32 Black Pepper Avenue at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Indeed, the people in the control of Helmison are Admiral of Blood and Company. There might be a powerhouse from the Rose School of thought involved. Klein immediately made a judgment. This wasn't confirmed based on the context of the telegram, but simple interference of the existence of the telegram itself. If Admiral Blood and Company were uninvolved, it was most likely to send the received telegram involving Bayham's treasure. Bayham Streets. The morning of the telegram gathered by 32 Black Pepper Street tomorrow before 7 a.m. Does it mean that the Helmison and the City Coin Viper, oh dear, are hiding there? And they're reporting to Admiral Blood and their location and giving the corresponding time. Klein thought for a moment and immediately returned above the grey fog with the intel he had just received. He wrote the divination statement, Tyranny von Helmison's present location. With the paper in hand, he led back into the chair and chanted the statement in a raven-like manner as he entered the dream of cognition. In the grey hazy world, he saw the underground hall with countless gas wall lamps. Inside the hall was a massive, complicated machine. It was well constructed from corpse cylinders, operating levers, take-up levers, and countless gears. It took up nearly 2/3 of the space. The twin elder, the grizzled, disheveled hair, wore thick coats as it placed it in front of the machine. From time to time, it would pop a sweet into his mouth and munch it on noisily. No, it shouldn't be called a difference engine. It's an abnormal fellow who can analyze questions and calculate the answer based on a set of procedures. Yes, its name should be a calculator. The elder kept muttering to himself as Klein's vision was pulled upwards and out of the underground hall. Arriving at the building above, there was a 3-story villa with garden and lawn outside, and the address still read 32 Black Avenue. He really is here. Klein opened his eyes and silently exhaled. Then he was stumped about what to do next. A scientist like him used to be me. Instead, at the roots of many problems, I can't just keep him above the grey fog. Therefore, there's no need for me to personally get involved and take him away. Hand over the news to the Lowen military of the Church of Storms. This will effectively prevent the Rose School of Thought from obtaining any benefits, and there's a faction in the military that's likely related to the true culprit behind the grey smog of Bagland. It's not a good thing to have Helmison fall into their hands. The Church of Storm is well known for being rash, and conflict might end up to the scientist meeting the deity he believes in. After some careful deliberation, he gradually had a bold idea. It was to make the news public. He would make the existence and location of the Tyranny von Helmison known to the Lowen Kingdom military and the churches. This could effectively ensure that the scientist's capabilities would be employed by the Lowen Kingdom itself and not any one faction. The key is balance. Klein smiled as he muttered to, then beaconed to his hand in the sea god scepter. For the former him, he had carefully distributed flyers across the city to make the military public and known all to, but now he had an even similar and effective method. He selected a believer who happened to be praying and then pulled the view back to the surrounding area spanning 5 kilometers, entered in vision. No, literally. Then, with the sea god scepter, he wielded control of the wind. Once the wind calmed down, Klein's will sank into the scene as he changed his voice, saying in a lower roar, Helmison is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Whoosh. In Bayham, the howl of the wind turned intense as it swept in every direction, bringing with it the deep and... Dude, he snitched. He let everybody know. Goddamn. Helmison is in 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Helmison is in 32 Black Pepper Avenue. This voice soon spread across Bayham like a broadcast to the entire city. Silver Coin Viper O'Dear was donning a cloak, pretending to be Helmison. He was hiding in the crowded building in the slums, occasionally appearing to mislead MI9 and the Governor General's office police officers. Suddenly, a gale swept past as the voice sounded in their ears. Helmison is at 32 Black Pepper Avenue. Damn. What as the voice resounded? O'Dear fell into a dazed shock. Without noticing it, he fell from the top of the roof and nearly injured himself badly. Behind the Cathedral of Waves, in a small nearby building, the Governor General's office, Jan Cotman and Robert Davis heard the voice in the wind. The first reaction they had was to look up at the sky before casting their eyes towards the borough where Black Pepper Avenue was. After the broadcast had been in good mood, Klein threw the sea god scepter back into the junk pile and returned to the real world. Dude, he's just... Jesus Christ, Klein. He really did that. He wasn't in a rush to bring the radio transceiver back above the gray fog. Instead, he left it there and continued monitoring the transmission. This way, even if there were powerhouses from the Rose School of Thought hidden in Bayham, they wouldn't dare appear, and regardless who takes action, they'll have no choice but to hand it over and count into the country. Unfortunately, I don't have a habit of writing the diary like the Emperor. Otherwise, I could write something like, I did another good deed today. Klein silently sighed, took off his coat, got into bed, and slept. He didn't care what was going to happen next, as he had nothing to do with him. After sleeping with an unknown period of time, he suddenly woke up and sat up. Then, there was a knocking at his door. Who could it be? To knock at the middle of the night, I'm currently John Yode. Klein wore creeping hunger and took out Death Knell from under his pillow before coming to the door. The visitor looks quickly surfaced in his mind. It was a thin elder with grizzled, disheveled hair and was wearing a coat stuffed with cotton and tweed overcoat. He was popping a coffee-colored sweet into his mouth. Damn. It was Turney von Helmesen. Holy fuck, why is he looking for me? I'm just the ordinary John Yode. Also, how did he escape the tracking of the demigod? Klein's first reaction was to tell the man that he had gotten the wrong person, but he held back and asked, who are you looking for? Dude, he clocked him so fast. He was like, oh, you want to snitch on me? You want to snitch on me? Great, well now I'm your problem. Now you get to deal with me. Helmsley smiled weakly and said, I noticed when you were at the Seaweed Bar, however, I didn't have a chance to talk to you. My life is at its end, so I recently recalled many things. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Orange Light Hilarion. Orange Light Hilarion. Klein was taken aback before he asked in puzzlement, is there something... Helmsley chuckled, I'm here to warn you. Be careful of the mother of tree and desire. Dude, that's the fucking tree. That's the tree that they were all getting with that one chapter. Are we going to learn more about that? He paused for a moment before saying, all right, I need to leave and I'm about to die before returning to the spirit world. Do you have any enemies here? Why do you ask? Klein asked, confused. Helmsley coughed and said, I can silently die at their doorstep. That way, you could have your revenge. Chapter 725, the true meaning behind the warning. Ah! So good. So good. So good. Chapter 725. Chapter 725. Or 724, not 725. We'll be on chapter 725, the next chapter. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was scary. I couldn't spell. But like, not even like couldn't spell, like I literally couldn't write the words. I'm finishing today. Because here's the thing, I literally said, I was like, hey, like I'm finishing today. I don't care. If I have to stay up and this has to be a 5-hour stream, that's just what it has to be. I'm finishing today. So I'm going to read this chapter, because then what? Is it? Because then I have 7 chapters to go. Which honestly, we're going to do this chapter and then we're full fucking throttle. I think I'm going to go for a pee break after this though, because I'm like, I feel like I'm going to be sitting here for another 2 hours, not able to move. And I'm going to grab another cucumber so I can snap. We're finishing today, I've decided. I literally decided we're finishing today. Okay, chapter 724. The true meaning behind the warning. Upon hearing Helmson's reply, Klein couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his lips. He nearly froze on the spot. My enemies aren't in Bayham. Even if you were to die at Sea King's doorstep, I wouldn't be much use. He slowly drew a breath and didn't continue the topic. Instead, he asked Helmson, no, Mr. Hilarion, how did you notice me? He even came here before your death to specially warn me. This was the puzzlement that he had towards Rhodes and Renette Tinker. He just never had a chance to ask them. Okay. With the door in between them, Helmison felt silent for 2 seconds. Then he said with a smile of his tone, "There are some tiny unique traits about you and high-level creatures of the spirit world. It's no secret, it's noticeable as long as they make contact with you in close proximity. After all, the gray fog that represents the great ruler of the spirit world is above our heads. Deities with certain unique authorities and beyonders who represent..." Hold up. The gray fog that represents the great ruler of the spirit world is above our heads. Deities with certain unique authorities and beyonders who represent fate can also discover this point to a certain extent. Of course, the premise is that close contact has to be made. Okay, I need to pause. I need to like... I read so many fucking chapters today. Okay. Gray fog. Although Orange Light's explanation and Erode's compliments are nearly identical, he is the first person I've made to directly point out the gray fog to my face. Therefore, the mysterious space above the divine kingdom, above the spirit world, left behind is the... Okay. The gray fog, therefore the mysterious space above the divine kingdom, left behind the great two. The deities who soon discovered that I'm augmented by the gray fog, including the mother tree desire, so she was able to target me. Klein's thoughts bubbled like boiling water as all sorts of questions popped into his head. Yeah, fucking same, Klein. Same. So many questions. Just as he was about to speak, Helmison had continued, "The yellow light's prophecy..." Oh my god, I forgot about Venethan. Oh my god, dude, there's so many things that go on in this fucking book. Okay, prophecy. The great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse. However, I cannot be sure that you are equivalent to him. There are too many possibilities that few that allow the unique trait. For example, you being his blessed, his child. I don't know. Can we stop for a second? I cannot be sure that you are the equivalent to him. There's too many possibilities for you to allow that unique trait. For example, you being his blessed, his child, his chosen oracle, but none of his stops me from expressing my friendship. You know about Backlund Stock Exchange, right? You're likely a railway company that just got listed. You seem to have a bright future ahead. Some people will naturally think well of you and purchase a certain number of shares, but there will be no lack of people who are greedy. They wish to use other means to seize this company or obtain the controlling rights. I'm part of the former, while Mother Tree of Desire and even more powerful spirit world creatures are part of the latter. Is that so? If that wasn't because of the transmigrator... What? Is this so? If it wasn't because of the transmigrator, Emperor Roselle, who existed before me, had some level of interaction with the Grey Fog. And if I hadn't divined my origins in the mysterious space and received a clear scene of Earth, allowing me to recall even more memories, I would have suspected if I was the reincarnation of a great ruler above the spirit world. Taking everything into account from the experience, Emperor Roselle and I are more like the chosen oracles. The great ruler above the Grey Fog is equivalent to the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Klein couldn't help but generate all kinds of conjectures in his mind, was in a mess like a cat playing with a ball of yarn. He calmed his emotions and said, "Is there any way to hide this unique trait? Become a demigod?" Helmison suddenly coughed after answering, "Do you mind if I die at your doorstep?" Yes. Klein didn't wish to draw the attention of Sea King Jan Kottman, Naval Admiral Robert Davis, and other demigods. Helmison munched at his sweet and said, "Then I'll have to leave immediately or else there won't be any time. After you become a demigod, you'll have the powers to probe deep into the spirit world. We might have a chance of meeting." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Thank you for your warning, Mr. Hilarion." Helmison didn't reply as he lumbered to the staircase. As he listened to the doorstep down the stairs, Klein focused. Suddenly he heard a certain theory about why Emperor Roselle had failed to enter despite discovering the existence of the Grey Fog. He resorted that silver plate which resulted in the transmigration far after becoming a Beyonder. As for me, I was already an ordinary person when I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Emperor Roselle chose the small pathway while I took the seer pathway. I attempted the luck enhancement ritual again. Also, Emperor Roselle chose the swamp pathway. I took the seer pathway. The mysterious space above the gray fog clearly provides great aid in divination. Therefore, the prerequisites for entering the space above the gray fog is to be an ordinary person or a beyonder of the seer pathway, as well as knowing of the corresponding incantation rituals and symbols. The Emperor's experiments were too late, and he had chosen the wrong pathway, so he naturally had no means of entering it. With how the seer apprenticed mortar pathways are considered neighboring pathways, perhaps the former two would have worked too. Could this be the deeper reason why the Emperor made the poignant point in his diary that he should have chosen one of these three pathways, apart from not having any sequencier for these three pathways, preventing any influence from the peak? It's also the key to entering the gray fog. As though thoughts churned, Klein placed his matter, which couldn't have obtained any confirmation of, at the back of his mind. He began considering Orange Light Hilarian's warning, be careful of the Mother Tree of Desire. Due to the incident at Admiral Amherst's, Klein was rather wary against the Mother Tree of Desire. He had no choice but to change his identity and use the need for him to act so as to hide for 2 months. Subsequently, he wasn't too willing to provide Admiral Blood and other members of the Rose School of Thought, afraid that he would fall into his trap. Towards the extreme danger looking around, the normal human's first thought was to resolve the matter. It was likewise the same for Klein. However, the problem was that he had no solutions. The Mother Tree of Desire was suspected to be a sequencer or true god located in the astral world. Even if Klein jumped up, there was no way that he could hit her or defeat her or the factions of the Rose School of Thought that she controlled was an organization with quite a long history. It likely had angels presiding over it and had grade 0 sealed artifacts. Otherwise, it was very difficult for them to survive in this day with the church and all the secret organizations at odds with it. Therefore, even if Klein had planned to getting the help of Mr. Isaac and other powerful figures, there's no way he could uproot the Rose School of Thought. It was even possible that they would encounter dangers. Due to the reasons, Klein could only hide the hope that he could successfully advance to sequence 4 and become a demigod. I've always been careful against the Mother Tree of Desire. Mr. Orange Light Hilarion didn't know that I once fell for an evil god's trap in Orby Island. Or did he specially come over to warn me that she would be doing something major soon? He was previously under Admiral Blood's control, and Admiral Blood is a member of the Rose School of Thought. He might very well know something. Klein was instantly alarmed. He didn't blindly believe that faceless transformation was enough to fool the Mother Tree of Desire's attention. According to the Orange Light Hilarion explanation, she would be able to discover certain unique traits when in close proximity with me. This was something the faceless beyonder powers are unable to mask. She hasn't done anything in a while. It could be that she is attempting to use the sensation and bestow something to her believers, though some ritual or item, and that she is about to succeed soon. Klein slowly frowned as he felt that it was certainly a possibility. This made him more eager to return to Backland in a huge city. Even angels had to behave themselves, just like a particular snake of fate. The believers of the Mother Tree of Desire, powerhouse in the Rose School of Thought, and are unable Rose School of Thought, and were unable to act as they wished. All they could do was wait for the opportunity. Klein exhaled and headed above the gray fog. He divined as if his life would be in danger soon. This time he received a negative answer. His life would be in danger, however, Klein didn't relax the result. He recalled that Mother Tree of Desire divination interference could penetrate the gray fog, shielding in certain extent. As a very long time, the spirituality had prevented him from divining the werewolf beyond characteristics from the gray fog. This is because he very well might involve the... Oh, what the fuck? Is it gonna come back? I do might cry. That's what I'm saying, the camera froze. I don't know why. Oh, is it gonna come back? There it is. She finally came back. It froze for a while too. I was like, okay. Either there's nothing really going on that I'm over. Yes, I did just read that. Either there's really nothing going on and I'm overly thinking matters, or there's a danger already very close to what the Mother Tree of Desire took action and interfered to be safe. I need to make preparations even if it's proven to be a false alarm. It's still better than being captured by the Rose School of Thought and taken away by the Mother Tree of Desire to perform some unspeakable matters. Klein immediately returned to the real world and took out a pen and paper before quickly writing a letter that started with, Dear Mr. Azek. Considering how the underworld was inside the spirit world, that the demigods of the death pathway were considered high-ranking spirit world creatures in a certain way, and that Mr. Azek might be able to see the unique trait after he discovered his memory, Klein would rather honest. He directly wrote about the entire conversation between Orange Light, Hilarian's manifestation, Helmison, the scientist. The only thing he left about the Grey Fog were parts about the great existence above the Grey Fog. Finally, he mentioned something. Does Mr. Hilarian's warning imply that it all suffer mortal danger from the Rose School of Thought? After he folded his letter and blew out the copper whistle to summon the messenger, Klein still didn't find it safe enough. He hurriedly took out the adventurer harmonica and blew into it. Suddenly, Renette Tinker appeared before him. Each of the 4 heads with blonde hair and red eyes rotated and said, There's no letter. I have something to discuss with you. Klein forced a big smile and handed over the gold coins he received from Anderson and said, There is a fee for the summoning. One of the heads, Renette Tinker, held a bit on the gold coin, and 2 other heads and didn't get a chance to speak again and asked, What's it? What is it? I might have faced a certain degree of danger soon. I wonder if it's possible to summon you for help. Klein tried his best to make eye contact look sincere. The 8 eyes of Renette Tinker's 4 heads darted around as they said, Yes, pay 10,000 gold coins. Jesus Christ, 10,000 gold coins? 10,000 gold coins, that's 10,000 pounds. Klein turned to Gabe as he said with a wary smile, I don't have that much money. Renette Tinker's 4 heads spoke one after another. You can pay by installments. Installments. Klein was surprised that his messenger kept with all of the times. After 2 seconds of shock, he said, All right. Renette Tinker didn't say anything else as her 4 heads nodded simultaneously before disappearing in front of Klein and returned to the spirit world. Chapter 725. So I'm assuming this is where I now have to continue reading until I'm done. Yes, until chapter 32, which isn't chapter 33 like the last? Isn't that like the last chapter? Dude, we've been reading for 3 hours. Holy shit. Yeah. Well, you know what? 32 is the last chapter. So there's 8 chapters left. It'll most likely take me for 8 chapters. I'm assuming if I can really lock in, which I haven't been able to do before, I'm assuming it's gonna take me like an hour and a half to read these all and just get them done. Do I do it? Do I just say fuck it and do it? Yeah, I think I just say fuck it and do it. Well, I really wanted to get this done. I really wanted to finish this. And now I'm scared. Okay. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it now. I think I'm gonna go really quickly fill up my water bottle, and then we're just gonna finish this. And I think I can probably do it in an hour. That's what I'm thinking. I think I could probably get it in an hour. It's lagging. Oh, there it goes. It's back. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do it now. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna grab myself a snack really quick. I'm gonna eat my snack, and then we're gonna time me. I'm gonna finish this at like the 4-hour mark. We're gonna do it. I'm gonna finish it. I said I was gonna finish it. I'm gonna finish it. I want to be done. I still feel like I have no idea what's gonna happen. Like, that's the thing. That's why I still feel like I don't know what's gonna happen in this. Alright. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna lock in really quick. Okay. Chapter. Let me look at it. I have 142 pages left. I can read 142 pages. Okay, just remind me when to music change because I'm not gonna know. Okay. There we go. Getting comfortable. Okay. Chapter 724. Morning. Upon seeing the messenger disappear, Klein thought that the demigods couldn't contact on short notice, but he realized that there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention on to what he should do next. The citywide broadcast must have made Sea King Jan Kotman only find Helmus, but he would also do his best to search for the sea god and traces of his believers. It's easy to be detected if I leave the middle of the night, so I can only choose to stay here in the daybreak. I can take that ship tomorrow. If I encounter the attack midway, then it affects everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's not discreet enough. I can summon an undersea creature and leave by riding it. I can rest the switch rides into certain islands. I've been reading for almost 3 hours. Give me a break. And reads we encounter along the way until we arrive at the next port. Since orange light said that the unique trait can only be detected at the close distance, it will still won't exceed the size of the city. Even the mother tree of desire tries to expand her perception range and find me via ritual on her believers. It might be limited to the size of particular steel. This is why I encountered the trap when I arrived in Orvie. As long as I leave Bayham, I should be able to escape from their gaze. While Klein thought gradually turned clear, he suddenly heard a signal from the radio transceiver. He hurriedly went over and quickly jotted it down. Then, with his codebook, he transcended the corresponding words into a single sentence. Before long, the telegram's content appeared on the paper in jet black. I see you. I see you. When Klein read those words, he felt a chill run through his heart. Bayham is an ordinary residence and not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, when the candle silently burning, scattered in the dim glow in the surroundings, silver... Okay. It's me second. Shut the fuck up. Shh. I'm going. No, because this means that scary stuff's gonna happen. Okay. Ordinary residence not far from the government. Spacious basement where candles burn, scattering the dim glow in the surroundings. Silver coin Viper or Odur had already taken off his hooded robe and looked at the middle-aged man opposed him and trembled. He saw with a gripping voice Lord Senior. don't know how Helmson's real hiding place was known by the others. Senior wore an old triangular hat. Eye sockets were recessed in his face and shockingly pale. He looked more like an evil spirit than a human. He raised his hands and stroked the black mustache above the lips, and his light brown eyes coldly swept across O'Dear's face. In response to the well-known adventurer could help but lower his head. After obsessing over a few seconds, Admiral Blood, with his white trousers and red coat, said in a deep voice, less than 3 minutes after the telegram was sent, it went across the entire city, and the message spread as part of the telegram. I suspect that another faction began paying notice to the radio transmissions, and they obtained our code book from Old Quinn. Yes, it's all to be the case, O'Dear hurriedly echoed, hoping that Admiral Blood wouldn't pin the loss of Helmison on him being inept. He knew very well that the pirate admiral was cruel and subordinates who made mistakes. Senior swept a gaze at O'Dear and sneered, regardless, you failed. If not for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have gotten you to dig out your intestines. Send a telegram to 10 listeners who might or might not exist that I can see them. Tell him, let him spend the night in horror and unease. This is the only thing you need to do now. Upon hearing that, O'Dear immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at Admiral Blood's trepidation and the bloody altar before him, revering a reply, yes, Lord Senior. He felt that he would become part of the sacrificial items just a moment ago. After O'Dear retreated to the basement, Senior turned his head and looked at the altar covered in human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He said in a manner even more fervent to how O'Dear treated him, Lord Shanks, has a ritual succeeded? Yes, all that is left to wait is for God to respond. A cold, unfeeling uneasy sounded from the drooping curtains from the altar. Then the curtains seemed to possess life, like it rolled up on both sides, smoothly forming a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A somewhat translucent figure appeared at the side of the altar, and at some point in time his skin was slightly brown and his wrinkles formed deep crevices, while white thin hair and leaves like autumn. It thought they lived for many, many years. He humbly fixed his gaze and candlelit with his brown eyes. Senior, did you dare say the word? As he shook aside Lord Shanks, awaiting for his changes to happen to the altar. Suddenly the candle's flames died with all kinds of colors. Each color seemed to correspond with different desires of the observer. The heads, organs, limbs, and blood of the altar moved by themselves as they stacked up together, forming a state of melted candle. Before long they formed the tree of flesh and blood that wasn't too tall. Its surface wasn't even resembling the shell of walnut. Plop, plop, plop. The interior of the tree, flesh and blood, seemed to have a heart beating forcefully with strength. When Senior was about to succumb to the dim, the tree of flesh and blood instantly withered, rotting into a slosh and collapsing. There was a tiny flesh-clouded, moist, sticky ball left behind. Soon the tiny ball grew its limbs and heads, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have eyes, nose, or ears, and other than the pinhole-like mouth, in the mouth grayish-white fog spewed before converging back. It replaced several times without stopping. The elder named Shanks devoutly and passionately chanted the name, Mother Tree of Desire, and reached out to grab the strange tiny figure. Silently all the candlelights were extinguished, but to the wrath who had night vision and didn't expect them from seeing things. Senior Observer Shanks, head the important person, said in deep voice, we prepared a long time for the ritual, and God's grace can help us sense the existence of targeted through the wilder rage. Next, we can use the glasses made by Life's School of Thought and accurately locate him. As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket and didn't look any different from the inner monocle, but it consecrated with a purely white luster in the darkness. Lord Shanks, what should I do next? Senior asked respectfully. The wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds and said, seek out a larger target after daybreak. If he has a powerful helpers, we will monitor him and prevent him from leaving our dedication range, then patiently await Lord Suan's arrival. If he doesn't have any guardians and is weak himself, then we shall take action directly. After hearing his words, Suan, the corner of Senior's forehead twitched as though he had mere mention of this important figure left him apprehensive. He slowly took out a deep breath and said, yes, Lord Shanks. After answering, Senior instinctively touched the necklace on his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who didn't get much sleep for the rest of the night due to the fright from receiving the telegram, immediately sacrificed his suitcase, wallet, and most of his cash into the mysterious place above the great fog at daybreak. After clearing up his tracks, he went to the front desk to check out. He rode the carriage and boarded to Bayham, left the city, climbed the mountains, and thought he was headed for the cemetery prepared for locals. Midway through his journey, he suddenly took a detour into the woods and planked on the walking straight to the cliffs, and the mass of undersea creatures was waiting underneath for him. The birds chirped and the insects buzzed in the woods as cluttered would occasionally scuffle by. Klein walked through the humic material-covered grounds at high speed. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain-torn cloth and rubbled which was Bayham residents had left behind after a panic. Everything seemed so serene along the fresh morning air. The leaf fluttered down as Klein didn't stop and easily dodged it. At that moment, the left sped up and didn't surpassing Ben, clinging to him in between his lips and nose. It was like an adult's palm and clasped his mouth and nose tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe. The surrounding trees had their branches fall off as they shot at Klein like sharp arrows, and the rubber left from the picnic received a life their own. They formed an airtight net as they came looming over. Oh, fucking hell. Can't do anything right. There you go. Okay. Okay. Suddenly Klein had a familiar feeling, and it felt like every tree, every leaf, every rock, every blade of glass wanted him dead. Upon seeing the rubbish conspiring fragments and paper lunged at him in a strange web, his body suddenly collapsed on the paper figurine. The arrow-like branches impaled the paper figurines and landed in the distance. As for the strange net, it immediately enveloped everything within to a ball as it gently squirmed. Klein's body appeared to the side about 8 meters away. As he knew the attack was worried about how he finally descended upon him, he didn't make any observation or show any hesitation, raising his right palm. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an adventurer's harmonica. The situation had encountered had made him realize that the attacker was likely a demigod of the Rose Redemption School of Thought. It was an enemy that they're currently unable to defeat against, and one who had been pursuing Sharon back then gave him similar feeling. At that moment, the paper figurine in pocket suddenly flew out and plastered all of his face, and after another layer after another layer. At the same time, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened as they bounced both arms, preventing his palms from reaching down. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket were tightened like a bear giving him a hug. In seconds, he was bound on the spot with his clothes, trousers, and shoes and face covered with paper figurines. As his ribs were on the brink of fracturing, he found it abnormally difficult to breathe. Klein was mentally prepared and was equipped with rich combat experience, so he didn't panic. His right thumb and middle finger weren't affected, touching each other as they snapped their finger. At his hand, scarlet flames immediately started burning the lightly bound trousers clearly before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing the opportunity, Klein bent his knee and jumped up with great difficulty like a cannonball and weakly fell to the ground moments after being launched. As he lunged to the right midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, the sleeve of his right arm joint was ignited. As for the spot where he originally was standing, the green weed suddenly withered and the black ground suddenly turned white as if it had been withered by the elements. This attack was silent and deadly without any forewarning. Klein knew that the enemy was powerful, that staying in the same spot would likely result in him suffering an attack and could resist. Therefore, he first removed the influence on his legs. If he had done so, he would have already been heavily injured and lost the ability to do combat. He might have even perished. With a smacking sound, 2 spots around Klein's sleeves ignited, and the right palm finally had freedom to move and reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. He fell to the ground and, rolling to immediately stop himself in the right hand, and bounced up. His left palm, which wore a human skin glove, snapped his fingers. This time the target was a paper figurine and was plastered all over to prevent him from breathing. The paper figurine burned up and the scarlet tongues of fire burned Carline's hair. At that moment, the scene suddenly flashed in his mind. An icicle formed and was speeding right for his head, like a thin, gloomy green arrow. Due to this speed, it was translucent itself, making it usually impossible to discover it. But even though Klein's danger premonition was triggered, it was a little too late. This was because his clothes were already affecting his mobility. It was too late for him to dodge the attack. A thought flashed through his mind as he barely bent his back and his upper torso was bent back, and he moved quite significantly to his right. The thin, ice-cold arrow struck his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round collar shirt, which were located there as they scattered into the air. However, the lethal ice arrow didn't continue heading forward, and was because in its way was a book with a dark brown cover. The book appeared ordinary, and it was bound to the book in commonly seen yellow-brown goatskin, but it didn't shatter like the other two pieces of clothing. There wasn't even a hole pricked open. Rosel's travel. This was an item that even the sea god scepter, lightning storm imbued, and some other powerful mysterious spaces had failed to damage. Last night, the telegram of I see you gave Klein such a fright that he unbeholdenly reinforced the protective countermeasures. He prepared every method that he could think of, apart from hiding the book in the vital spots. He other pocket in the iron cigar case and stored the influence of the corrupted true creator. Once things went bad, he would dispel the wall of spirituality, throw it at them, and see if it would draw the attention of the true creator. He hoped that he would send his powerful subordinates and make the situation more chaotic. He knew that the evil god, like a true creator, hated the mother tree of desire. After withstanding the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground while somersaulting to the side. He then brought the eventual harmonica to the lips and blew hard into it. At the moment, the face was turning a little black due to the burning of the paper figurine, due to the flame controlling. He was injured. Then he felt the clothes on his left arm, waist, thighs, neck, and legs were restored to normal, giving him a newfound freedom. At that moment, he blew the harmonica. He quickly gravitated his spirit vision. He saw Miss Messenger walk into the void of the blonde, red-eyed heads and hand that automatically turned to the same spot. One of the heads grunted. She opened her mouth and began drawing in air. The cold wind hummed, and the figure was forcibly pulled into the green tree, hundreds of meters away from Klein. The figure failed to maintain its difficulty to detect state as he rapidly turned half transparent and half corporal. He was the wrinkled elder with white thin hair. His facial features were traits of eyes of southern continent, just as brown eyes reflected brunette tinker. His brown eyes perked up. Then he didn't hesitate to open his mouth, as though he was about to deliver an extreme curse that he had been preparing for a long time. At this moment, another one of the heads, which brunette tinker was holding, had opened her mouth as well, and thought it was making a silent screech. With that, nothing happened inside the forest. With Shanks saw, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Klein, who was yet to react. The same figurine with the light look, thin hair, exaggerated wrinkles appeared in his eyes. Your mind instantly turned cold, although its thoughts were impaled. He had lost control of his He had lost control over his body. All he could do was watch the white-haired elder vanish as he turned his face to Miss Messenger. The two heads Brunette Tinker carried suddenly flew out and appeared before Klein. One of them opened his mouth as he drew in air, while the other's red eyes turned dark as his teeth turned long and sharp, phasing between the incorporeal and corporeal state. Klein saw the translucent elder with white hair, thin hair, being forcibly pulled out from his body before Miss Messenger's head with the long teeth that bit at his shoulder, tearing out an object that appeared both like a spirit body and physical body. Shanks frowned without screaming, and figure abruptly vanished as leaping into the spot of the glass fragment, a hurried 100 meters away. Following that, he seemed to be pursued by a formless hand of enemies. He kept phasing the shallow puddles of water, his eyes and animals dew on the plants. Finally, he was able to catch a breath, and still Klein was feeling a little stiff and cold from the outside. Shanks entered the spirit world and walked into it again. In his hand was a moist, sticky, palm-sized doll. The figure face only had a hole as it was inhaling and exhaling the grayish-white fog, which Klein found familiar. Shanks didn't hesitate as he stuffed the doll into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Brunette Tinker's other two heads left her palm, and likely before flew towards Shanks at a fast speed, arriving nearly instantly. However, Shanks had already begun transforming. His body turned black as his skin scrunched up and water began seeping out. His hair, brows, and other parts of withering and dropping. Following this, the limbs grew long and thick. In just a second, Shanks seemed to be assimilated by the doll, becoming a huge, black, moist infant with 4 long limbs and swallowed, shriveled skin. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears moved from their original locations to the middle of the face, as though they were gathered together to form a brand new organ. His skin, limbs, and newly formed organ brought an indiscernible sense of mystery and wickedness. Just a single look had made his body, which had just recovered from the coldness, feel extremely itchy. Red spots protruded from his skin and resulted from clumps of fine granules. His eyes undoubtedly stiffened in pierced pain. He indiscernibly closed them tight, and tears were forced out. By the time he called himself to cognition and opened his eyes again, he really realized that Miss Messenger and the Rose School of Thoughts demigod had vanished. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that they were nearby. They were in an intense battle, shuttling between the real world and spirit world, be it the dropping of the leaves and the shaking of the weeds, the crawling of the worms and the feeling of the wild beasts. Dude, fucking Dr. Seuss right here. All of them represented each and every clash. In his mind world, Klein took out Death Knell and trapped his thumb on the first segment of an index finger twice. Countless illusory thin threads appeared in his eyes, making him see objects and usually couldn't be seen with the normal version of spirit vision. Two bobs are flying around him, and the dense black bubbles and threads entangled with each other were Renette Tinker and the Rose School of Thoughts demigod. Apart from these, Klein also discovered the bob of illusory black threads and rapid approaching him. It would stop him from time and time again, so it would avoid the intense battle between the two demigods. There's another enemy, an enemy who is hiding in the distance, awaiting the result, but hasn't decided to participate in battle. Anyways, anyone who stealthily approach in such situations must be the enemy. Klein's eyes moved slightly as he cooked the death knell and lowered them naturally to put it in the state of lethal attack. Then he pretended as though he had detected the bundle of illusory black threads, dipped his palm into the pocket, and grabbed the gold coin. He made it tumble between his fingers as though the divination staked. He was doing to disrupt the approach spiritual intuition dangers. After losing his paper figurines, there was only one method he had. I'm supposed to change the music now. See, I waited. I knew. I was so smart. I was so smart this time. I got a gold star that time. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, when the other party was within shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn, and he suddenly raised his right hand, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Also, not to be that person, but, is Klein wearing clothes right now, or did they all burn off? I'm actually just genuinely curious. Nice. Okay. Okay. The black revolver with the slightly long barrel recoiled backwards as the pale golden beam shot out, heading straight for the spot where the target was about to arrive at. However, the illusory black thread suddenly stopped as though they were observing something. From his condition, it didn't appear like he had sensed the arrival of danger, but he had the attention attached to something else. The grayish-white rabbit leapt out the thick grass and fled away as the tree standing in front of the blob of illusory story black threads collapsed due to the gunshot. At the height of the human, a gigantic and irregular hole in raging pure fire appeared at the tree trunk, just directly splitting it from the middle. Death Knell might was equivalent to the small caliber cannon, and its penetrating powers were even more potent. The blob of dense illusory black threads was clearly given a fright as it indistinctly disappeared from when and was appearing in the surface of the nearby puddle of water. Cammy, you really cooked with this music right now. You cooked, served, and ate. Inevitably, his figure was outlined. He had a pale face and deep recessed eye sockets and light brown eyes. He looked to be in his 40s, and a double mustache above his lips wore an old triangular hat. Klein was no stranger to the man, as the bounty notice often appeared before his eyes. Step by step, they were stacked into the clear image. Admiral Blove Sr. Just in loan alone, his bounty was worth 42,000 pounds. Oh my god. He had long infiltrated BAM. Was it to take away Turian von Helmesen? After the scientist passed away due to being discovered, he joined the Rose School of Thought's mission to target me. I seem to have additional weakness, but before it's triggered, I have no way of knowing what it is. As though his thoughts raced, Klein Sr. figured disappearance once again. However, the traces of Admiral Blood existence was rather obvious. The blob of illusory black threads of his way was to firefly like darkness. It wasn't difficult to identify him at all. The blob of illusory black threads curled around him with the aid of the morning dew, glass fragments, and water puddles as it froze for some reason, jumping again and again from one medium to another. The gate between two soon narrowed. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he quickly moved only
slightly stiffened the position so as to prevent the Rose School thought demigod, who was engaged in the intense battle, from attacking him in passing. Senior's performance made him understand one thing: a wrath's ability to process someone to directly control their body requires them to enter a central range. Previously, although the Rose School of Thought demigod was able to accomplish in further distances, it hadn't been done, so perhaps out of contempt or for the fear of accidents. It could be confirmed that the senior was a Sequence 5 wraith. Klein kept changing his locations as he awaited the opportunity when the distance between them was more suitable. Just as Admiral Blood slowed down slightly, and he was about to possess his target from a distance, Klein's left web suddenly turned to black, as though it was formed layer by pure particles. Following that, he said the word filled from the foulness, a word that came from the devil language: slow. Senior had sensed that it changed his position before Klein could even open his mouth. But everything within the 8-meter radius came to a halt. His evasive maneuver had failed and shown any effect. It was an area of effect attack. Senior figure suddenly became slow. He was once again outlined, his figure in the real world, as Klein raised his iron black revolver, crooked it, and placed the target in his sights. With death now, he saw the senior body was covered with all kinds of colors, and indistinct his weakness wasn't at his head but slightly above his throat. Without any hesitation or delay, Klein pulled the trigger. Lethal attack. At that moment, the blob of illusory black thread walked to Senior's side and pulled at him. Admiral Blood immediately moved diagonal as the golden bullet grazed past his neck, striking the boulder and shattering it. The golden flame burst into the senior's neck and jerked his head up and opened his mouth. Sharp shriek blasts out and entered Klein's ears, and causing his mind to hum, and his body came to a temporary halt. Formless souls had flown at his senior's side in some point of the time before mixing with the cold winds from the sky and ground, and they surged towards the enemy. In each of Klein's eyes, the pale-looking man with the red coat and triangular hat quickly appeared and took form. Klein snapped his fingers, and his body was instantly enveloped in scarlet flames. His disappearance from the location from the race was able to possess him, and under the tree that was less than 10 meters away, weeds burst into flames, and the flames grew bigger and soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leapt out from it and raised death knell again. He aimed towards the spot it originally standing still at, and he injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into the gun. Slaughter. Thud. He pulled the trigger, and the golden bullet slipped into countless snapdrals. And with the sacred flame swept the region the gun's mouth he aimed at, the formless spectators and souls seemed to be swept away by the solar hurricanes as they fell to resist what was ignited amidst screaming. Senior knew that the counterattack was placed once his possession attempted didn't succeed. He immediately flashed into the nearby glass fragment in an attempt to evade the incoming shot, but the bullet hurricane brought about the slaughter was rather huge range that included the glass fragments. Amidst the huge boom, golden flames stuck to the sides of the glass without hitting it. The only burn injury, Senior leapt to another minor surface and appeared on the surface of the rolling drop of dew a distance away. His body was rotting without thanks to the purification powers, but it wasn't anything serious. There's no way he's that lucky, right? Indeed, Senior has a mystical item that makes him himself very lucky. There are only 3 purifying bullets left. Klein frowned as he agilely ran over to the thoughts of the purist, as he knew that was facing members of the Rose School of Thought. He was changing his Beyonder bullets and let the revolver purifying bullets that targeted wraiths and zombies. There was a total of 6 bullets now, and he had already shot thrice. In the first shot, Senior was saved by the rabbit and steadily leapt out. In the second shot, he was yanked away by the Rose School of Thought's demigod, who happened to come beside him. In the third shot, it happened to be the gape of the fragment amidst the slaughter hurricane, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Klein found this level of luck completely unpredictable and unacceptable. However, Klein didn't wallow in depression. Instead, he turned back to Garamond Sparrow's appearance and billed. Yeah, he did. This was for him to immediately throw a bunch of sea gold domain charms and create a certain commotion once things went south, so to attract the attention of Sea King Jan Kotman, who was in Bayham City. If the Sequence 3 demigod were to arrive, he would be facing the Rose School of Thought demigod, a hostile pirate admiral and adventurer with mysterious background who had certain ties with the military. It was quite obvious who he would deal with first. As for Miss Messenger, Klein believed that she could escape into the spirit world at a timely fashion and was free to choose whether to participate in the battle royal or leave. The reasons why Klein didn't escape in the middle of the night after receiving the telegram late last night was because the Sea King gave him a sense of security. If he was able to leave alone, he would definitely have noticed the capture in the Church of Storms. He would definitely interrogate, making the subsequent developments unpredictable. If he were to stay in his room and await the person who saw him to attack, he had the chance of struggling until he reached the streets, allowing the Sea King to notice him. Faced with evil operatives, who was at least a demigod in Sequence 5, adventurer who was rumored to have ties to the military, there was no doubt that Jan Kottman would first doubt the Rose School thought member and the Cathedral of the Church of Storms and the high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. He could use various sealed artifacts of the diocese. He could last a moment, even if faced with an angel. At the same time, use reinforcements from the military. There was a chance for Klein to escape the Sea King during the chaos and leave via whale. To his regret, the night remained peaceful after they received the telegram, and once daybreak happened, Sea King would find it difficult to monitor the entire city. Klein snapped his fingers again, igniting the surrounding trees, and appeared to like booming fireworks around him exuded the implicable sense of beauty. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest and head to the cliff was because he had placed all the suitable for magic performances. His figure flashed through his flames as he circled around Signor, avoiding the approach from Troll and from previous experiences and lessons. Signor knew that his target had an area of effect, attacking the damaging blow. He didn't dare stay too close to him, and he would pull away the crater gap once he missed an attack. Otherwise, he would use the race shriek, affect his target, and use the pale green fingers to aim at the target. Fortunately, the latter could only extinguish flames and weather vegetation. There was no way to pinpoint Klein's location. After seeing the fireworks like flames were the biggest barriers to attack, Senior stopped and let out a deafening shriek, which would also damage the spirit body. Amidst the shriek, the icy blue halo beneath his feet rapidly expanded, covering the mud, randomly strewed weeds, and scattered rocks and layered ice. The flames sighed and produced tiny amounts of mist before being extinguished by the frost. Klein was influenced by the race shriek, causing him to flame to jump one step and too slow. He ended up failing. His figure projected itself midway into the feet stumbled. Then he saw illusory skulls swirling, the black gas rushing at him, bringing with them the strong smell of death, as though the envoy from the underworld had arrived. In an instant, Klein didn't seem like he could dodge. However, the light blue fireball emanated from the smell of sulfur suddenly consisted before him. His gloves remained black as he remained in the devil state. With a trumpeting sound, the fireball was extinguished as the illusory skulls shattered and scattered to the ground, creating spots that didn't have any life to them. Right on the heels of Klein steadied his body and took out the iron cigar case from his pocket. He threw it at Admiral Blood Sr., and the glove turned noble and sinister at some point in time, barren of corruption bribe. Senior obviously wasn't going to bet on them throwing this opponent, didn't pose a threat. He immediately dodged far away, allowing the iron cigar case, which was sealed by the wall of spirituality, to fall to the ground. Then he opened his mouth once again and produced a shriek. The iron roar seemed to come up from the depths of his own. The spirit body made Klein experience excruciating pain in his head, even though he often suffered from the ravings and existence like the true creator of the door, and was for him to pause momentarily. He felt like the nose burning as though the capillary had burst. However, this was the residents' combat together and bribe and effectively reduce. It made him momentarily pause, only last for an instant, and was something Senior had no idea of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended as though he hadn't recovered as he revealed his weak state. Waiting for the enemy to fall into his trap, in an ordinary battle, as a wraith was able to jump through mirror like mediums, making it impossible to determine the location ahead of time. It made it impossible to mainstream a 5-meter distance from his opponent. Even if he created flames and repeatedly used it to achieve passing through the spirit body threads, controllability and disrupt momentarily after there were any significant effects. For this, he planned on taking little risk. He made his opponent fall for a trap he planned so quickly ended the battle and escaped the cliff. Setting his target appeared dazed due to the repeated shrieks. Senior didn't hesitate and make an aura turn deep. Admiral Blood's contracted figure rapidly appeared in Klein's eyes in a darkly clear manner. This wasn't a reflection of the world, but 2 tiny figures seemingly coming to life in his eyes. When the wraith possession was almost close to completion, Klein, with his tattered and charred clothes, unhurriedly extended his left palm and threw the gesture of please as a polite gentleman. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble blackness as it was forcefully disordered Admiral Blood's target. Due to the frenzy halo from before, there was a frost and crystalline bodies everywhere around them. All of them were equivalent to mirror surfaces. On the thin ice, Signor in the triangular hat had appeared there, with expressions as though he thought He was at the loss. At that moment, creeping hunger switched to the deep black state, as Klein said, in a world filled with foulness, a world that came from the devil language, slow. Just as he was about to use the mirror surface to phase away, Senior instantly froze. He figured involuntarily, outlying himself, and the body turned extremely rigid. His attempts had failed. There was no way to repeatedly use slow. Klein made his left glove turn pale and tinged with a slightly dark green color. Zombie. The ceiling caused the frost on the ground to once again exacerbated as it rapidly spread to the Senior's side. As it began to spread from his toes, turned him into a complete ice sculpture. With his knowledge with wraiths had a very strong resonance to the cold, Klein didn't let his guard down or waste any time. He made creeping hunger transform as if it was gilded. The illusory black thread in his eyes were hidden away as two blinding silver bolts of lightning shot out from the innermost depths of his eyes. Interrogated psychic piercing. In his usual state, Senior fusion was spirit of flesh typically wouldn't be significantly affected. He could even cause the attack to backfire on his opponents. However, having just recovered from slow, he found himself seated in ice. All he could do was resist the formless bolt that targeted his spirit body. His mind felt as though a blade had penetrated it, and it twisted. The pain spread through his body as he temporarily lost all reason. By the time he regained his lucidity and prepared to make conscious leaps open in the distance, the cold adventurer opposed him. Opened his mouth once again. Slow. Dog shit. Senior's action turned sluggish and impeded once again. Then, without a surprise, he suffered from the follow-up 2 attacks of the ice sun and psychiatric piercing. When he barely escaped again, the black-haired, brown-eyed Gammon Sparrow opened his mouth a third time in the deadpan expression, slow. Senior was enraged as he reeled the desperate before finding himself stuck in a perpetual cycle. As for Klein, who had kept his opponent in place 3 times, had begun to control his opponent's spirit body threads. In fact, the most effective solution for when his opponent was unable to escape was to take the opportunity and use Death Knell to deliver 2 or 3 lethal attacks, but his past failures had told him that the enemy had a mystical item that allowed him to be lucky. An overly direct and lethal shot might very well lead to the accident, resulting in some undesirable effects. It was precisely because of this that he decided to gradually produce in a proper order by controlling Admiral Blood's spirit body threads. Time quickly passed as Klein ran around Senior and dodged the possible attacks from the Rose School of Thought demigod. He contorted Senior's spirit body threads, and he slowly reached the state of gaining initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Senior's thoughts instantly turned sluggish as though every part of his body was rusting. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control and began walking at an adequate speed. No, I can't let this continue. Thoughts slowly moved through Senior's mind as translucent icicles condensed in front of him. It was a dye in a gloomy green, as though he was slowly at respect in the summoning forest. As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's series of slow actions, he unhurriedly retracted his left hand and took up Roselle's travels from his chest and bared himself. The icicle finally shot out, seemingly heading for Klein's chest, but it suddenly changed directions midway as it flew diagonally upwards. The adjustment should have been a suddenly lethal blow, but for, as Senior thought, he had been slowed significantly. The order received by the icicle had only happened when it was almost reaching Klein. This made a sudden change insignificant and catch Klein by surprise, as he shifted Grozel's travels to easily block the attack. Senior's expression turned pale again as a few seconds of thought. He slowly opened his mouth and attempted to let out a wraith shriek. Having already prepped himself, Klein spoke first. Bang! An air bullet quickly shot out and struck Senior in the mouth. Throwing his head backwards and teeth fell, the shriek was left stuck in his throat. Seeing a controlled deepen and how Senior's resonance was crumbling bit by bit, to the point of losing his reason and launching a barrage of attacks like a lunatic, Klein suddenly felt some joy. At this moment, the shrill, sharp infant cry sounded and resonated in the woods. Lumps protruded all over Klein's body as he dropped Grozel's travel's hand. His hand felt though it was being clasped tightly by an invisible hand, making him momentarily lose his sense of his surroundings, including his spirit body threads. His control over Senior was removed as a result. Fuck. After 100 meters away from a large-sized baby, which was black, swollen, and wrinkled, appeared to have stormed out of the water and escaped its illusory state and returned to reality. Its limbs were long and thin, and there was only an irregular hole on its face. Circling the hole were gnarly teeth. Fucking kill it, dude. At that moment, Shank's body had an additional wound that was obvious and deep. It was a piercing wound that went through the black and swollen skin, causing protruding blackish-green liquid to gush out. After the Rose School of Thought's demigod appeared, he stopped dodging and escaping. He began screaming like a crazy, let-out infantile screams. It made Klein and Senior fall to the painful stupor. Even their bodies showed signs of losing control. The four blonde, red-eyed heads were thrown into a void as they opened their mouth and let out a soundless shriek, silencing the terrifying cries. Renette, Tinker, and Shanks had engaged in another round of combat, phasing between the spirit world, I love this so much, and reality from time to time as they stumbled between leaves, weeds, and insects, eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Senior and Klein stood in their spots in stupor. They tried their best to recover the effects of the infantile cry. As this aspect, Senior believed that the wraith he had unsurprisingly advantaged. The corners of his lips subconsciously curled up a little. He had already figured out what to do with his opponent later. But at this moment, the eyes of the adventurer, who had a tattered clothes and while exuding the cold demeanor, had turned lucid. It even had been a second since the infantile cry had ended. Klein, who had experienced in this, quickly recovered as he realized that Senior was still in a dazed and implemented state. An opportunity his mind stirred, but in a didn't attempt to long-distance attack, which allowed for plenty of accidents. Instead, he chose to control Senior's spirit body threads, which took more time. He tapped his right foot as his finger dashed towards the opponent like a partner. His left glove was dark. When it moved backwards, it condensed in a manner that resembled the blade, forming a gigantic weapon form of lava and flames. Desire, apostle, sword of lava. Klein's body passed as Senior left the searing sword, swept across his chest, and got stuck in the middle. The light blue flames ignited Senior, but aside from suffering damage to his body, he didn't lose his life. However, the pain left him yelling indiscernibly. After the two brushed by each other, Klein immediately abandoned the sword of lava. He took a step and left and turned around. Facing Admiral Blood's back, he raised the iron black death knell to his opponent's head. He didn't use lethal attack, and he directly pulled the trigger. With a bang, his body suddenly shook a little. This was because the spot he had stepped onto appeared to be a hole, hence death knell had slid down, and the golden bullet had hit the side of Senior's neck. Blood tainted with dark green tinge spewed out. Admiral Blood had lost nearly half his neck as he fell forward, but he remained alive. Klein was just about to add another shot when the sky suddenly darkened and arm suddenly reached out. The arm was 10 meters long, and it had a black sticky surface and strange protrusions. Then it was either skulls, erect eyeballs, or barbed tongues. The moment it appeared, it made the entire forest shake. All the leaves withered as it was insects stiffened around their death. All the beasts either felt paralyzed to the ground, or they began biting themselves wildly, leaving their body bleeding. Klein's danger premonition reached a limit. He hurriedly closed his eyes, lunged forward, and did not roll. He grabbed Gorzel's travels and hid it in front of his face. I forgot to change chapter last time. That was my fault. Oh my god, we're almost done. I'm so excited. I forgot to change that. I'm so excited for this to be animated. That's crazy. I didn't know how this was gonna end. I knew there was gonna be like a fight. I'm really, really happy with how this is ending. Okay, the entire forest was withering as though the entirety was bringing the destruction. Everything was about to descend. Just as the arm was about to fully extend, the thick bolt of silver lightning smote down from nowhere, illuminating the entire mountain. The sizzling sound chained together as the cage only spoke in midst and closed around the black sticky arm. Dark clouds quickly converged together through the sky, forming brows and a mouth, as though the face was hidden within, and big and sitting, the huge commotion was noticed by Sea King Jon Cotman. Of course it was. He really would be a Sea King if it wasn't noticed by him. The huge commotion was noticed by Sea King Jon Cotman. He didn't hesitate to take action as he ordered the mandated punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Renette Tinker's figure was forced into the void. All her complicated black dress didn't seem to crumble at all. She raised her left hand with two blonde heads. Head flew back and landed on the severed neck, and remained to continue engaging combat with the black, swollen, and wrinkled infant. It's gonna be fucking insane when they animate it. When the cut on her neck began to wrinkle to corresponding cuts were connected, her figures instantly wriggled into the side of a gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and accessories appeared on the surface, interweaving into a mysterious, sinister sight that could be looked at. Klein closed his eyes tight as he placed Gorzel's travels in front of him, interjecting his spirituality into it, but he was unable to eliminate all the effects inflicted upon. him. His body kept quivering and grumbling. I know. I was like, I'm gonna finish it tonight. I said I was gonna finish it. I'm gonna do it. His body kept quivering and grumbling, protruding from his body, and only a moment did he confirm that the side effects of his death knell was fear to the dark. For his next 6 hours, he wouldn't suffer any more weaknesses. Thankfully, the weakness is just insurmountable. But it doesn't mean that it's unable to resist a short period of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes and kept tears rolling down from his cheeks. He didn't spend much time considering the problems regarding this because the situation he developed into one of extreme danger, but it was also very chaotic. The one that descended seemed to be stronger than the Sea King. It's likely an angel, but his condition doesn't seem to be particularly good as well. He didn't directly appear and is instead used in the spirit world to attack. Is it because he can't rush in here in time and could only consider using a method? Thankfully, I received a warning from Orange Light. Otherwise, the result would be unthinkable if the situation drags on. As Klein's thought flashed through his mind, his first reaction was to take the opportunity to flee and open up the safe journey distance. However, he knew that hastily retreating without any preparation was equally dangerous. At the Royal School of Thought's Angel abandons and attacks retracts his arm. Sea King Jan Kottman wouldn't have the motivation to embroil himself in pursuit effort. This is because he is facing a saint who he can consider retaining. That's because simply requiring a messenger or net tanker makes it difficult to stop this entire entity. I might be pursued again, and the time comes I have to add more trouble for him, making him temporarily unavailable to leave. I'll take the opportunity to escape the water where Blue Mountain Island is. As the thoughts churned, Klein followed his emergency plan, took out Grozel's travel, stuffed death knell inside to make a few rolls, arriving next to his iron cigar case. He stabbed with his fingers, removing the wall of spirituality, opening the castle, and threw tinder, which was corrupted by the true creator, into the air towards the source of danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Grozel's travel to shield the top of his head, opened his eyes, and took out the whistle. This wasn't Azek's copper whistle, but the Numinous Episcopate's copper whistle, which he had obtained from a mysticism enthusiast in Backlund. It originated from the resurrected Numinous Episcopate member. Back then, Klein had made a divination about the copper whistle, and he received a revelation that sending the message would be extremely dangerous. At the moment, he decided to allow extreme danger to meet extreme danger, so as to create an even more chaotic situation that benefited him. Jesus Christ, Klein. He quickly put the copper whistle on his mouth and blew into it. Then he activated spirit vision without daring to look up. The skull with 3 lifeless eyes emerged. Around it were black appendages like tentacles. Without any hesitation, Klein handed over the white feather left behind for the resurrected Numinous Episcopate member to the messenger. He didn't wait for the messenger to disappear, as it immediately bulged its muscles and swung its arms, and threw the copper whistle into the air where the source of the danger was. With it done, he put away the iron cigar case and bounced as he rushed through the cliff. During the process, he kept his head down and kept changing locations. He didn't dare to look at the scene happening above him, nor did he dare to stay any longer. When he passed by the spot where Admiral Blood Sr. should have been lying unconscious, Klein's gaze suddenly froze. He was alarmed to find that he had vanished. In a chaotic situation without any aid, the Wraith, who had suffered immense damage, was unable to maintain his spirit body state, had vanished. Klein paused as he swept his gaze and saw that ahead of him were a few drops of splattered dark red blood that corresponded to dark green tint, and the region where Grozel's travels previously dropped. No way. A few drops of Admiral Blood dropped into the book cover, and it sucked him in. No fucking way. Klein frowned as he didn't think it was a good thing. He was afraid that the angel and saint of the Mother of True Desire was sent to gain help from Admiral Blood from Grozel's travel to pursue him. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book without it. Klein didn't believe that he was lucky enough to dodge it all the way to Blast, an unknown shrapnel, which could fall from the sky at any moment. All was up. Dude, it's better than a fucking meteorite. It's better than a fucking meteorite that fell from the sky last volume. I'll resolve the latent risk by entering the spirit body after I escape, as a few thoughts rose up in his mind. Klein dipped the tip of his foot down as he ran, lifting up the soil which had Senior Blood on it. Reach out and grab a handful. This was used to locate Admiral Blood later. Klein ran to the meandering manor, holding Grozel's travels over his head, making adjustments from time to time based on his premonition for danger. The book blocked the random bolts of lightning for the scattering rain and corresponding rocks, and shielded him from his terrifying gaze of the cast over. With the book, Klein successfully tore the lifeless forest and came to the edge of the cliff. At that moment, the surroundings turned dark and was a kind of darkness before a storm, nor as a result of the moon or starless night. It was a dead silence that emanated the smell of rot. Ravings sounded out from the various distances at various pitching, as though something seemed to be slowly breathing in its air. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled as he didn't dare to look at what was happening above him. All he noticed was a few white feathers stranded in yellowish oily spraying down at the ground nearby where the flashing lights. His right hand took a stride forward as he jumped off the cliff and plummeted straight down. He fell out of the darkness and could see the light. Then he dropped onto the mouth and had been waiting for a long time. The mouth didn't have any teeth and it immediately closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to the arrangement they had made previously, it was to head for the reef beyond Blue Mountain Island as quickly as possible. This is a gigantic undersea creature with 16 fins on its back. In the darkness, Klein instinctively wished to huddle into the ball in the helpless tremble, but he barely repressed his emotions and took out the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic he had prepared to deal with the race. He had obtained it through the glove. Pure light emanated from the translucent stone-like object and drove away Klein's fear. He was just about to contemplate if he should wait for the outcome or if he should attempt something, when he suddenly felt the back of his palm become itchy. He hurriedly looked down and saw the pores widen as they grew into some fine white hair. These fine white rapidly grew and looked like feathers. Klein immediately felt his entire body itch. The fellow that was attracted by the white copper whistle is really very dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately stood up and took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation in the undersea creature's mouth. His spirit body was once again torn through the grayish white, which was endless ravings and roars of blackish green gazes drilled out of his body. Returning to the place that looked like the giant's residence, Klein observed his spirit body once again, and he discovered that it had returned to normal. There weren't any blackish green gases, nor were there any white feathers. Phew, it's effective. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. With the illumination of the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic, Klein saw the white feathers on his back of his hand remain, but that they had lost the ability to continue growing. There were more or less some signs of other parts of his body, but they weren't obvious. Okay. Amazing. So cool. That's crazy, bro. I'm gonna change back to the other music because I've been listening to this music for a minute. Why is it not playing? It said no. Miss Magician had his head growing on her head. She reached out while the left palm grabbed Klein's shoulder, and she directly, holy fuck, what am I saying right now? Miss Messenger had 3 heads growing on her head. While she held one in her hand compared to before, she appealed more lively. Where am I reading? Oh, yes, I should be able to resolve this remaining problem once Mr. Azek arrives. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and drew the crimson moon on his chest. He prayed for the goddess's blessing and that Mr. Azek would arrive quickly. At that moment, Renette Tinker's figure appeared before her. Miss Messenger had 3 heads glowing on her hand, while she had her hand compared to before she appeared more lively. She reached out with her left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder. She directly brought him into the spirit world as they quickly traveled through it. Amidst the brightly stacked colors, Klein felt somewhat dizzy before he returned to reality and realized what was on his reef. Renette Tinker's forehead swept the area and said, "Alright, safe, remember to pay next time." With that said, she vanished as though she was some more important things to do. "You could do that. I should have gotten Miss Messenger to bring me away using such methods. However, her present state doesn't seem to be that great either. This must be the state and method in which she seldom uses." As Klein reflected over the matter, he placed the Priest of Light beyond a characteristic into his pocket, and he kept Roselle's travels outside. Just as he was about to size up the surrounding to figure out where it was, another arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright and hurriedly turned his head to discover that Mr. Azek had arrived. Yay! Azek grabbed his shoulder and pulled him into the spirit world once again. They rapidly moved through the brightening stack in colors. "Actually, I'm already safe." The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words. I love how safe he feels with Mr. Azek, because I would also feel safe with Azek. I feel like he's just a safe person to be around. You know? He's just that guy, you know? He just is that guy. And I feel like he knows he is too. Because I feel like you can't not love him. Okay, we have 2 chapters left. 3 chapters left. I think 3? 30, 31, and 32. So we're almost done. Crazy. Oh my god. Can't believe I just fucking did that whole thing. On the mountain outside Bayham City, in the fortress that had lost its vitality because of its buried by half-collapsed cliff. A tall, stocky, middle-aged man with a deep blue hair was wearing a storm priest robe as he stood in the air and overlooked the area. There was a clear burning rage in his eyes, as none other than the Church of Storms Cardinal Bishop of the Rorsted Sea, high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, Sea King Jan Cotman. At that moment, the battle from before was still fresh in Cotman's mind. He remembered how every participant in the battle retreated. The angel from the Rose School of Thought had used a particular method to transfer his powers from a great distance. After he failed to achieve his objective, he rather easily brought away his heavily injured partner, and no one wanted him to stay aside from the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere. Jan Cotman remembered very vividly that when the angel retracted his arms, it had sparse white feathers on the bare sticky arm, from the top of the skull, and from inside the erect eye. They grew from under unimaginable spots, and all this was because the Rose School of Thought's angel was dodging the glove of the true creator's aura while using some of his strength to shatter what seemed like an ordinary copper whistle. Crazy. Get up in 6 hours. Oh my god. Shortly after this incident, strange spirit world creature engaged in battle with an eagle. It voluntarily retreated to the depths of the spirit world, preventing Jan Cotman from pursuing it. The Aurora Order saint who had opened the door of teleportation didn't participate in the battle. After observing the situation in puzzlement, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura and opened the door to leave before the battle ended. The strange monster was summoned because of the copper whistle didn't have any fixed forms. He was like that manifestation of death itself. He was like the mist that filled the surrounding, but the feathers with yellowish marks on it. His target was obvious in the angel of Rose School of Thought. Before the latent escaped, he also vanished from the area as though it were to pursuit of his target. But even so, Jan Cotman, who had taken a sealed artifact from the city, rushed here, still felt uneasy. It felt like suddenly jumping forward while on a long journey towards death. The only person with any godhood, he fled this scene before Jan Cotman arrived, and he was nowhere to be found. However, Jan Cotman recognized him. He was the adventurer who killed Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, making him qualified to have his information placed at the Sea King's desk. Although he wasn't something that he needed to pay attention to, Jan Cotman, who had experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the relevant information. He cast his gaze towards the cliff and looked down at the crashing waves and muttered a name, Garamond Sparrow. On the island of the unknown waters, so Garamond Sparrow is well known now by a lot of different people. On the island of the unknown waters, Klein and Azek's figures were rapidly outlined on the shore. Klein was just about to speak when the hat-wearing bronze-skinned Azek's eyes suddenly turned dark, as though he's connected to a silent and dark world. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and all the underdeveloped white feathers flew out of the curled into a bunch, landing into his palm. With the gentle squeeze, all of the strange feathers vanished, as though they had turned into food for the silent world in his eyes. Mr. Azek, this was brought about by the numinous Episcopate whistle. Klein first pointed out the matter before explaining in detail. The situation was somewhat pressing, and to make the situation even more chaotic, I blew the copper whistle and gave the feathers to the messenger. Then a similar feeling from the underworld descended. I didn't say I immediately left the area, but I still had these feathers on my body. Azek, with his soft facial features, nodded gently and said, I sense it from afar. I should be an ordinary high sequence beyonder. I suspect that the byproduct of the new Episcopate artificial death project. So, that's so. So as to succeed and holiday back the Rose School of Thought, Angel Klein thought in joy. Azek looked around and continued, I still have matters to require my attention. This might awaken more of my memories. When all of is done, I'll look for you again and claim the ring left behind by Ancient Death. I have a feeling that it might make up the trip to Berserk Sea for the southern continent. It's best for you to head over to large cities like Backlund or Tyr. In those places, they force the Rose School of Thought can deploy very limited. They wouldn't dare act rashly, of course. It's best for you to choose places like Passu Island, where major churches have their headquarters, but this will bring about another type of danger. Azek's last sentence was a joke. Just like the ordinary lone gentleman, the experiences of his present life seemed to leave a deep impression on him. Regarding the portion of memories and had recovered, he still clearly signs of his old self. In a situation regarding retained memories, the time span of decades shouldn't have much influence on the same time span of millennia, but from the state of complete memory loss, 2 or 3 decades is enough to remold a person after Mr. Isaac completely recovers his memories. Will his many different lives result in him having different personalities? What a profound question. I'll let Miss Justice consider it later and seek advice from the psychology alchemist. As Klein was thinking, he suddenly heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that Mr. Isaac was delving into why he had a conflict with the Rose School of Thought. Instead, he asked, Mr. Isaac, do you know anything about the Mother Tree of Desire? Isaac shook his head. I didn't know of her existence before you sent me the letter. You didn't know the Mother Tree of Desire? Klein was taken aback and switching to asking, then what about the Chained God? Isaac shook his head again as he said with a smile, in ancient times, she or they might have had other names. That's right, Mr. Isaac began the circle of finding his memories at the end of the 4th epoch. He kept wandering the northern continent, while the Rose School of Thought was born in the early 5th epoch in the southern continent. Klein nodded and didn't ask further. He sensed Isaac matters which needed his attention. He gave a few words of advice before bringing him to the traverse across the spirit world until he arrived in the particular beach of the northern continent's east shore. With Mr. Isaac gone, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging towards the shore. A few seconds. He wasn't in a rush and head to the nearby city. Instead, he found the uninhabited cave, set up in a simple ritual, and created a wall of spirituality. He sacrificed creeping hunger, death knell, and Isaac's hypoiso. Grozel's travels in the soil of the senior blood to the mysterious space above the great fog. Then he walked 4 steps counterclockwise and entered the mysterious space. He looked at the seat which belonged to the fool, and he summoned a metal bottle. As he was stored in the gray fog, he remembered blood, and the tiny blood couldn't coagulate. After wearing his gloves and stuffing, what the fuck is stifled? Stuffing the other items, Klein protruded a few drops and smeared it over Grozel's dark brown cover. Why does the brand new story start right from the beginning with the additions of the new characters? Klein looked at the book and didn't change his name as he suddenly felt puzzled. Before he had the time to think, his vision turned into a blur as he was countless translucent creatures hidden around him. Everything soon turned clear, and Klein found himself sitting on a long wooden chair along a street. I don't know what stifled is. There was a way he departed from previously. There was a saving function. Klein joked inwardly as he took the mud stained with senior blood before snapping the tree branch in pending divination. Following the result he received, walked out of the city, entered a nearby forest, and found the unconscious Admiral Blood beside a small stream. At that moment, only about 10 minutes had passed since battle. The exaggerated wounds on Senior's neck, chest, and abdomen were contracting and appeared to have recovered significantly. Such a level of vitality was completely different from humans. In another 15 to 30 minutes, Admiral Blood would likely wake up. In another 1 to 2 hours, his mobility would be restored. This was a zombie, a wraith. You had a chance of being rescued by your organization's angel demigod, but your blood happened to splatter onto Grozel's travels, making you a prisoner of this book, giving me enough time to handle you. Of course, this made you avoid the stray attacks of the battle between demigods, preventing you from dying immediately. I've no idea if you call this good or bad luck. Klein mumbled as he observed while grasping death knell in his hands and reached to the senior's neck, removing his necklace made of pure silver. The necklace had a pendant on the same color, which resembled the ancient coin. Both sides were filled with mysterious patterns and reverent symbols, as well as words carved in ancient Hermes. You will be unlucky as you are lucky now. It's a mystical item which raises Admiral Blood's luck. Unfortunately, even a demigod can't enhance my luck, so I doubt I can. I can sell it for money, or I could ask Miss Messenger if I can use this to make partial payment. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take the necklace as he placed it under the stone beside him. He was afraid that there was an unknown side effect that might affect the things he was about to do. Then Klein focused on controlled Admiral Blood's spirit body thread. He wanted to take his first marionette, which would use the exact period of time he was conclude the principle of marionettes. Furthermore, no marionette was more convenient to bring around than a wraith. Once second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In 10 seconds, Klein achieved initial control. Senior's spiritual intuition sensed the danger as his body slowly observed signs of struggling, but he was unable to wake up due to his heavy injuries and sluggish thoughts. Time ticked by, and by the 4th minute, Klein didn't hide his sigh of relief. At that moment, Admiral Blood Sr. opened his eyes, rolled his feet, and faced him with harmonious scenes of actions. He pressed his chest and bowed. "Good morning, sir. How may I be of service?" Chapter 731, Gains. Klein's getting gains. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I'm done. Volume 3. Okay. 2 chapters left. Let's finish it off. Let's wrap it up. Oh my god. Oh my god. And it only took us, it'll take us probably like 4 hours? 4 hours and 15 minutes. And there we go. I feel great. I'm so tired. My brain is starting to become mush. But I am happy that I read it all now. So it's just like done. Because I wouldn't have wanted to read it tomorrow. I would have wanted to just move on to the next thing tomorrow. But we're good. Okay. Chapter 731. I know it's not even close to the end. There's like fucking 600 more chapters. Illusory black threads emanated out of Senior's body and entered Klein's hands. With every jolt of spirituality, it gave a different reaction. In fact, there was no... I'm not gonna lie, if you were like, oh, surprise, there's actually 3 more chapters, I would have been like, okay, cool, we're just not fucking reading them. We're reading them tomorrow, I don't care. The fact that there's no need to use both hands when controlling the spirit body threads, Klein was just accustomed to doing so, as it gave him a feeling like he was controlling a puppet. From the look of it, other marionettes can discover each other's marionettes. The senior's abnormality can be hidden from their eyes, so as to be careful about this. Klein concluded the problem he discovered, and he quickly turned his thoughts back to Senior. The Admiral Blood was dead. His spirit body had become a vessel for marionettes, losing the traits that belonged to him. Therefore, any divination methods were infected against him. Of course, methods to seek his corpse were still in effect. Klein planned on cleansing the wraith in his gray fog before using Piper angels to envelop the mirror-like objects that he possessed before placing him into the cigar case that was sealed by the wall of spirituality along with Azog's copper whistle. This created a 3-layer interface effect. This way, Klein believed that even when the Rose School of Thought angel wished to, it was impossible to use divination to lock onto the position via Admiral Blood. As for whether the Mother Tree of Desire had left any backdoors in Senior's body, it wasn't too worried. This was because it was really happening. She could have mutated Senior during the Demigod Battle Royale. In order to deal with him based on the situation back then, there was a guaranteed chance of success. Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say the Chained God, strictly controlled the organization members. It relied on the vow contact and other methods of its integrated into its soul. It can be inferred from Miss Sharon's description that my interaction with the corresponding characteristics, as long as I don't attempt to use Admiral Blood divination secrets in the Rose School of Thought, the potion formula, or the mutated pathway, I would trigger any problems. The werewolf beyond a characteristic has remained normal despite being above the gray fog for so long. Besides, there's still gray fog cleansing processes. There are latent problems, it should be washed out. Klein thought for a while and took out Azog's copper whistle from inside his body. He turned the right wrist and made the side of the fever patterns appear under it slightly, making it reflect the light. Immediately, the copper whistle had Senior figures appear on it and rapidly turned clear. The Admiral Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished as a result. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can use the vow contract that other methods vaguely lock onto, but that doesn't matter. She can sense the gray fog's unique traits on me anyway, and she will sense me once I am within range. Besides, the marionette might be destroyed any time when I use it as a shield. Klein was like a jobless tramp who had debt laden. He felt that he had almost nothing he had afraid of. Of course, he really was debt-ridden. As long as the advanced demigod can hide my unique trait, it's fine losing marionettes. Klein surveyed the area as he bent his back and picked up the silver necklace. He took 4 steps counterclockwise, chanting the incantation softly. This time he hadn't entered via summoning his spirit body. He could couldn't directly return. The grayish-white fog was quickly emanated as hysterical ravings and roars echoed for eternity. Azek's copper whistle didn't react normally, which meant that there weren't any latent problems with Admiral Blood. Sitting at the end of the bronze table, Klein placed Azek's copper whistle in front of him, making Senior, who was dressed in the dark red coat and triangular hat, appear like he was butler awaiting orders from his master. Do you have any other items on you? Klein asked and thought Admiral Blood was still alive. This was an attempt to act as a marionette. Following this, he controlled Senior to make a rummaging through his pockets and subsequently took out £325, 16 solid and 8 pence in cash. Let's go. There was also 13 gold coins, even better. Apart from that, perhaps due to the frequent act of transforming into a wraith state, Senior didn't carry anything else on him. How poor. As a pirate admiral, you don't even have single magical items. Did you hand it over to the Rose School of Thought or your subordinates? Klein seriously considered cashing out Admiral Blood via the black market. I'll write the third book. We're gonna finish book 2 right now. Stream's not ending until we're finishing book 2, and then continue, and I'm gonna write book 3. Yes, claiming the bounty from Loan isn't pragmatic. It will be the Church of Storms and Kingdom that will follow the clues to capture German Sparrow, who managed to embroil so many demigods in the Battle Royale, and then investigate the organizations backing him. They would even pay, and they might even plant a trap. By the same logic, the churches and the governments of other countries will have similar ideas. However, they might be easier to work with. Reviving the bounty will require substantial risk. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Senior out when I plan on switching marionettes. After all, being a marionette for a few days won't change his identity or value. Klein reined in his thoughts as he cast his gaze on the silver necklace with the ancient gold coin attached to it. He immediately used divination to gain gist of its origins and usage. It came from a Sequence 5 winner from the Life School of Thought. After dying in the hands of a Rose School of Thought demigod, the Gehrman's beyond characteristics and psych fuse with any ordinary silver necklace that he carried with him, turning into a mystical item. As for the reason why the ordinary silver necklace would be carried by a Sequence 5 powerhouse for extended periods of time, Klein was unable to receive the effective revelation from it, as it had been too long and it had been corrupted. The mystical item had 2 uses. One was to passively make the wearer lucky in the daily lifestyle. The owner would encourage good things, easily succeeding in whatever they did. When suffering a lethal blow or terrifying disaster, ridiculous sense would happen, allowing them to be successfully rescued. The later situation only lasted for 10 minutes. The second use was to actively give an enemy bad luck, making the target unlucky. Be it in daily life or combat, it was easy for them to experience failure due to some trivial problem. The corresponding negative effects of the necklace was the conversation of luck. After being lucky, they would immediately meet up with a repeated bad luck. They would be so unlucky as they were lucky before. I needed the wearer to devote to seriously avoid damage danger. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to die in comedic manner and even harm people around them. The luck received on daily life would often revert back to after a month. The user would end up unlucky regardless of whether they wore it or not. However, such bad luck was slowly released, so it wasn't too dangerous. And luck obtained in combat. I've actually already wrote the entire book. So once I finish this, I'll be like, surprise, I wrote this book, this massive web novel, and then do that. And luck obtained in the combat would similarly strike back 10 minutes later to similar vigor. Overall, this is a rather good mystical item, but I don't have much use for it. After all, Fate Counselor Ricardo was unable to change my luck. I'll wear it on me. For now, it has a few negative effects on me. I'll sell it if there's a chance to pay off my debt with Miss Messenger. Miss Messenger wants gold coins while I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10,000 gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to change 10,000 gold coins through the bank of official marketers. We'll see how many chapters. We'll see what happens. Getting each tarot club member to change some of it, Klein soon decided on the plan as he casually came back with the name of a necklace, Scales of Luck. Following that, he cast his gaze to Senior, who was standing resolutely by his side. He began to study the powers of the Wraith had: forcefully possessing, enemy control, Wraith Shriek, Mirror Blink, Obstacle Penetration, death-related spells, and invisibility that wouldn't be discovered by most mid- and low-sequence Beyonders. Dude, my eyes are starting to, like, go from crying and then just, like, reading so much. I really need to get glasses. Holy shit. Person who had a phobia of the dark, Klein immediately took out the paper figurine from the junk pile and finished the Black Emperor card. He stirred some of the powers beyond the Grey Fog, turning it into an anti-divination angel. The angel rapidly spread its wings and wrapped around the gold coin. On its reflective side was Senior figure. Then Klein brought out the gold coin, Azek's copper whistle, death knell, and his suitcase back to the real world. As for keeping hunger in Grozo's travels, one of them had been fed, and the other might cause Klein to be swallowed into the book for carrying it around for too long. Therefore, they were left in the junk pile above the Grey Fog. I know, Cammy pieced out. Having returned to the cave, Klein hurriedly placed the gold coin and Azek's copper whistle into the cigar case before stealing it with Wall of Spirituality. He cleaned up the scene, switched the formal clothes. Oh, Cammy's here. I lied. He followed the beach until he came to the residential school. He discovered that he was near Prince Harbor. He didn't immediately return to Backland. Instead, he changed his appearance, took the steam locomotive, and headed for Content City in Desi Bay. He planned on circling the area before his identity again. Bansi Harbor. Alger Wilson looked at the destroyed city under the afternoon sun. He saw the buildings that had completely collapsed and that were in deep chasms in the ground and charred spots everywhere. Such a scene extended into the depths of the island. Even the mountain had collapsed. Oh my god. At this moment, there wasn't anyone from the Church of Storms watching the ruins. Such there wasn't anything here, and the plans to rebuild the harbor wasn't brought forward at all. Alger jumped at the Blue Avenger and circled the ruins of the sailors, but they didn't discover anything of value. Let's go, he instructed this, and with a staid attitude. Oh, welcome. Hi. We're just reading Lord of the Mysteries, if you have read it. If you haven't, I'm reading the end of Volume 3. We've been going for about 4 hours now. Yeah. After an unknown period of time, the figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted, pure black cervical robe and dark hair golden, and his facial features were clear. Holy fuck, I'm on the last chapter, thank God. The distinct like an ancient classical sculpture without any wrinkles, and his dark blue eyes nearing the neck lustrous, but they were filled with the dense blood capillaries. I'm so fucking excited. I'm on the last... Hold up. Oh, wait. No, I have to go back and read it. One sec. The distinct like an ancient classical sculpture with any wrinkles. His eyes were dark blue nearing black, and they looked lustrous, and they were filled with dense blood capillaries. My brain isn't working, but I have 3 names in my head that this could be. I don't want to deal with this right now. I literally don't have the brain capacity to deal with this right now. I think I forgot the A. Someone I love. Is it... Okay, I'm trying to think of... Is it Gehrman? No. Is it Eamon? No. Is it... Who else do I like in the book? Roselle's dead. I'm trying to think. Dude, my brain is fried. My brain is fucking fried from this shit. The only 2 people that are coming to mind. Why the fuck you say someone I love? Also, why did you say someone I love and the first name that popped in my head was Gammon Sparrow, obviously, but
Eamon. I might have to reevaluate myself. Also, I was kind of wondering if it was in Sangwell, and I was going to say that until you were like, oh, it's someone you like. And I was like, fuck you. God, I hate him so much. Desi County, Conant City, 67 Red Indus Street. Wearing a commonly seen face in the Lowen Kingdoms. Dude, honestly, Eamon's just misunderstood. He's just a misunderstood, silly, funny guy. He does what he maybe has, what murder? That's what I'm saying. You know what? I'm gonna get a poster of Eamon. I'm gonna put him on the wall. He's just gonna go right there. He's gonna be watching us. All the time. And no, that's what I'm saying. Algebra to get the fuck out of there if Insane was anywhere near him. I'm here to find... I don't know. The door creaked open at the big... Okay, I gotta lock in. It's literally my last chapter. My last chapter and I'm done. I'm on page 4104. Kill me. Okay. In less than a minute, the door creaked open and the maidservant looked out and asked out of curiosity. Bullseye, welcome, my guy. Long time no see. I don't look at the comment section on anything on TikTok because it scares me. I'm like, I'm gonna get spoiled. I'm here to find Ma'am Nelu. I'm a friend of her father, Davy Raymond. Klein answered calmly. Davy Raymond is a Nighthawk who had released from keeping hunger. It was a red glove from the Nighthawks, and the first thing on his mind before he dissipated was his daughter, Noella Raymond. That's what, okay, so they were talking about that last night. What did I repost that was a spoiler? Because I don't think I see anything that was a spoiler. The only things I've ever reposted was something to do with stuff to do with Garamond Sparrow because I'm absolutely in love with him. And then maybe like really sad stuff from the Donwa. But that's about it. Because I avoid everything else. Other than like what Transparent sends me. But I don't think she sends me any spoilers because she's not stupid. Okay. Klein had promised him that he would make a visit to the beautiful coastal city if he changed his visit to a daughter. Having probed for more information earlier, Klein had gained a general idea of Nelu Raymond's situation. After the girl graduated from grammar school, she worked with a Women in Children's Care Foundation, which was run by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She had a weekly salary of £2, 10 solly, and was a target of envy of her neighbors. She also inherited inheritance from her businessman father. As for how much it was, no one knew. They just knew that she was richer than most people from the middle class. Typically speaking, women with such wealth would place great emphasis on their marriage. They would repeatedly select and observe candidates, resulting in their late marriage. However, Nelua had married a civil servant just a year later. As both parties were believers of the Evernight Goddess, she didn't take on her husband's last name. She continued going by the name Noella Raymond, and she continued using the 6-7 Red Indus Street. After hearing Klein's answer, the maidservant quickly requested, oh my god, my nose is so itchy. Okay, I have something on my face. Him and wait and entered the living room to report them his mistress. Should I change the music? Before long, a woman in a home just walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her face was rather thin and she was rather pretty. She resembled Davy Raymond. Okay, I'll change the music. I'm changing it. I'm going. I'm changing it. Happy? Better? Noella Raymond kept swiped the wearing gaze and said, perhaps you might not know, but he has already passed. Sigh. It's not even that big, bro. I don't even want to do that. David, don't add to it, bro. We have done so. We did no. I don't even care anymore. It's so hard. That's so mean. Things were going so well. Things were going so well the whole time. And then all of a sudden y'all have to say that I have a big mouth and I have a big forehead. And the only thing that I don't have is a big sense of self-respect. Kleinstein replied, I know, I got to know him through the disaster. He had some words and say back then which I didn't think too much about. However, the more I thought about it in recent years, the more I felt that I should inform you. Is that so? Nuala said softly. After some thought, she invited him. Please come in. Would you mind if the husband listened in? This is up to you to decide, Klein frankly replied. Nuala looked and led Klein into the study. Her husband had a look of ordinary civil servant, with a gentleman's bearing, put down the newspaper and followed them in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa and deliberated. Mr. Davy Raymond once experienced disaster after another. He lost his father, mother, wife, brothers, and sister. Nuala nodded in a deadpan expression. I know. Klein thought and continued. He appeared to be a merchant, but he was in fact seeking out the murderers who caused the disaster. I know. Nuala didn't object to it. Klein glanced at her and continued. I dedicated himself to this matter, and he was very regretful that he didn't manage to spend time with you growing up, marking you lose your father alongside your mother. Nuala fell silent for a second before she rapidly replied, I know. Klein swept his gaze to the old books around him and sighed silently. He said with a gentle greatness, he said that his greatest wish was to see you enter the hall of marriage under the witness of Goddess and have your own family and not be lonely anymore. I believe he would have been very happy right now. Nuala's gaze slowly moved away from Klein's face as she turned to Gate, answering only 2 seconds later, I know. Klein leaned forward silently as he clapped his hands. He said that he might die at sea, and he wanted me to tell you that he died as a result of an accident. All the murders from before have already been punished. You do not need to hate anyone. He also said that he loved you very much, and that he's very sorry. Nuala remained silent for a few seconds as she blinked and turned her head, and she said, scoffed with an unclear attitude, Got it. Klein gave her a deep look before getting up. I'm done passing on the message. It's time I leave. Met with silence, Nuala's husband nodded gently as he gestured his thanks. Klein turned around, walked to the door in the study. Just as he twisted the doorknob, Nuala Raymond's voice sounded from behind him, and deep and hoarse. What kind of person do you think he was? Klein fell silent for a second, turned his head, and curled his lips with a smile. A guardian. He didn't stay any longer as he opened the door and walked to the coat rack. When he wore his hat and left 67 Red Indus Street, soft restrained sobbing suddenly drilled into his ears. Shaking his head silently, Klein left the burrow and entered the cathedral of the Evernight Goddess. Passing through the dark and serene aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. He faced the crimson half-moon and black scarlet emblem filled with resplendent stars. He took off his hat, lowered his head, and held his hand to his mouth, just like many believers present. While praying silently, in the silence and tranquil time quickly passed. Klein slowly opened his eyes and gently stood up. At the spot where he sat, he left behind an item wrapped in paper. Klein walked along the aisle and left the prayer hall, going straight to the cathedral's entrance. With the black facing the hall, he wore the hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The paper suddenly ignited where he sat, gathering a priest's attention. When the gentleman rushed over, the flame had already extinguished, leaving behind a dark gem-like item.
This is, although the priest didn't know what the item was, a spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priests rushed outside the cathedral, the gentleman in the tailor coat and top hat had already disappeared. The next morning, through the local black market, Klein had obtained new identity as he came to steam locomotive station. I swear to fucking God, if we get another Klein and Melissa and Benson scene, I'm rage quitting the fucking stream. Although the local black market, Klein had obtained a new identity and came to the scene locomotive. I'm also excited to see what his new identity is. In his hand was a second-class ticket worth 18 solly, as well as an identification document for himself. He held a black leather suitcase as he stood on the platform with his back straight, awaiting the arrival of the train headed for Backland. The present him was a middle-aged man who was nearly in his 40s. He was slightly more than 180 centimeters tall, and his black hair had silver strands. Oh my god, he's a silver fox now. Oh my god. His deep blue eyes were like a lake at night, and he was rather good-looking. He gave off a mature and elegant vibe. Okay. Looking down at the identification documents, Klein's eyes reflected the name, Dwayne... Dwayne Dates. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, laid it down, and opened it before sifting through his identification documents inside. Inside the suitcase, there was a black wooden box containing the former Lowen soldier, Francie and Edward's ashes. I'm sorry, Dantes? I don't know how to fucking say his last name. Dantes. Okay. Dwayne Dantes. Okay, I can get behind him. Art in Discord! Let's go! Identification document inside. Okay, Francie and Edward's ashes. Moments after arranging his suitcase, he heard a whistle. The steam train chugged into the station, spewing smoke before it turned to a halt. He looked up, his cast gaze followed. He examined it in silence. Then he looked down at his suitcase and whispered, "It's time to return." He then stood straight, carried his belongings, and walked to the open carriage door. Backland Cherrywood Brother, 20... No... Okay. Backland Cherrywood Borough, 26 Gunstead Street. Benson took off his hat, removed his coat, and handed it to the maidservant. He looked at his sister Melissa, who was glued to her book in the living room. The entrance examinations are in June. You'll finally experience the pain of studious studying that I endured back then. Melissa didn't look up as she continued reading. I'm studiously studying every day. A little humor, Melissa, a little humor. What's the difference between a person without humor and a curly-haired baboon? Benson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him and said, "That wasn't what you said in the past." She didn't correct him on the exact differences between humans and curly-haired baboons, and she instead said, "Do civil servants also finish work so late?" "No, there's been a lot of work recently. As you know..." "Oh, you don't?" "In such a huge reform, the handling over of work and straightening out different relationships are very troublesome." Benson swept the mirror in the living room. He couldn't help but lift his hand to comb his hair as he said with a look of displeasure, "Although I'm only a low-ranking employee in the Ministry of Finance..." Oh, he's doing so well for himself. I love them so much. That doesn't stop me from having plenty of work. The only thing to be happy about is that I finally survived the darn probationary period. I'll soon have a weekly salary of £3. I love Benson. I love Benson so much. I love Benson so much, and I love Melissa, and they're doing so well for themselves, and I want to cry every time we read about them. Melissa put down her book and she walked to the dining hall and said to Benson, "It's dinner time." She paused and said in a very serious, "I read the papers that there's something called Donningsman tree sap that had a significant effect on boosting hair growth." Benson's face immediately had mixed expressions. Whoosh, amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive chugged into Backland. Klein picked up the suitcase and once again stepped onto the capital of captains, the land of hope. He discovered that the smog had thinned significantly and that there wasn't obvious pale yellow colors. The gas lamps on the platform were already turned on, dispersing the gloominess and darkness. Surveying the area, Klein walked under the steam locomotion station, took the metro carriage, and came to the Church of Storms cemetery outside Westboro. Then he spent a little bit of money and placed Francie and Edward's ashes into a partition. By then, this lone soldier had already been in Backland for more than 165 years. After taking a step back, Klein observed it for a moment before using a pen and paper to engrave something on the partition door. Frenzy and Edward. He closed his eyes and added, every journal... No, I'm gonna cry. Every journey has its destination. Done. 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 I'm gonna go look at Klein's new persona to make myself feel better really quick. That was so good. That was so good. That volume was amazing. That volume was amazing. Okay, I'm just gonna look at Gonna look really quickly at the artwork. No, because here's the thing. No, because here's the thing. Here's the thing. Stop. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Anyway, I really like volume 3. I thought the writing was a lot better. The pacing was a lot better. I thought that Gehrman is my favorite of Klein's personas so far, even though we've only really had the Klein and then like also Sherlock Moriarty. It was really good. No, because here's the thing. I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm just gonna say one. I'm just gonna say one thing. Because Gehrman Sparrow, he would be fun. He would be really fun. This man would take care of you. This man. Anyway, I'm gonna rank I think I would rank volume 3, volume 1, and then volume 2. That's how it would go. I'll plead the fifth on that question. We don't need to discuss that. All I know is I'm very interested in how volume 4 is gonna go. I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what's gonna go down. Damn. How is Klein not getting ass thrown at him every, okay, here's the thing. Volume 2 is still peak. Like, all the volumes are peak. I love all of them. I think I would just have to say, volume 3 is my favorite so far, and then volume 1, just because it's the beginning, and then volume 2. But I have a real question. So, how is Klein not getting ass thrown his way every chapter? Yeah. Oh, I do have one. First off, I'm marrying this man. This man and me, we're getting married. You guys are all invited to the wedding. He's taking good care. I switched up so fast. No, because here's the thing, I still fuck with Gehrman. I do. But that, Gehrman's a fun time, not a long time. That's it. I would say, that's what I'm saying. If he was from Intis, we'd all be seeing a different side of this book if he was from Intis. And he was looking like that. He was looking like how Gehrman Sparrow looked, and then he's going around looking like this. Sorry. Tie me up.
fucking Christ. Pause. Anyway, that's what I'm saying. How can it not be my reaction? Here's the thing. I'm so sorry. Like, how can that not be your reaction to the art when Klein is going around disguising himself as some of the hottest, most attractive men I've ever laid eyes on? And you're expecting for that just to do that, and then also for him to be the main character in the book that he's in, and not have the people like barking on their knees. Like, dude, I'm gonna need 8 of these. I'm thirsty. That's what I'm saying. Fair enough. We all feel it. I'm just saying it. You can't. Hold up. Time to ask the real question. Would you? That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm gonna sneak up on it. I gotta sneak up on Klein. I think I would choose Klein over Sherlock. Sherlock is just my least favorite of Klein's personas. And it's no hate to him. It's just like, I don't know, I just didn't click with it as much. But I also still clicked with it. I still fucked with it. But like, I've only met 3. I think I would choose Klein. Actually, I think I would choose Klein over Sherlock. Garamond over Klein. And then we go from there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. This journey you've taken it. Thank you, Harsh. I didn't have to answer it, but here's the thing. I would say Klein. To be honest, here's the truth about it. I'm gonna get him to make one of his paper puppets, one of his like paper figurines. Why have one when you can have both? So that's what I'm saying. And then we don't have to worry about the whole switching thing. We can just have them at the same time. Anyway, are you guys ready for a whole new volume of because here's the thing, Garamond Sparrow, he's not around. He might show up every now and then. And you're like, oh, Garamond Sparrow's not around. Darrow's not gonna be barking anymore at the fucking pages of this book. Guess what? We have a whole new man for me to thirst over next volume. Aren't you excited? I know I am. It's a whole new volume. Let's go. Hey, yo. Sorry. I think I'm gonna take a 1-day break. And then Tuesday I have my quiz. And then Wednesday, you guys get to come hang out on my date with Dwayne. And I'm really excited. I'm really excited for you guys to meet him. I really like him personally. And I hope you guys like him as well. So that's that. I also am gonna be posting a big thing about all my theories. My brain isn't working too well right now, but we're gonna go from there. Otherwise, thanks so much for joining. I'm gonna go think about everything that happened in this volume because there was a lot happened. Forever loving Garamond Sparrow. And we'll go. I gotta be respectful to Captain Dunn. Here's the thing. I don't gotta be respectful to Dwayne. I gotta be respectful to Dunn. Okay, I'm gonna be done. before I need my lawyer to get me out of this one. Anyway, thanks so much for coming, guys. I'm gonna see you guys on Tuesday for quiz. I'm gonna study up. Holy shit, we've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Kill me. I'm gonna study up and get ready, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Thanks so much. Oh, also thank you so much for joining. Yeah, I really do appreciate you guys every day, all the time. Tremendously. I wish my brain was working a bit better right now. Okay, bye. Thanks so much. I'll see you.